You know, we saw Best Buy and Target announce that we're going to have some price increases this weekend. If we get to a situation where 2-3 months from now, there's some sticker shock amongst the consumer base, then I think you could see potentially some of this rolled back. But tariffs are going to be here for a while.
So do you feel like we do have a Trump put then? Is that what we've kind of seen over the last 12 hours?
You know, I think the idea of the strategy here is that President Trump comes with almost like a shock and awe. I mean, this is what they coined the shock and awe strategy for the executive orders, and I think it's very similar for the tariff argument. President Trump comes out and says 25%, tariffs on Canada and Mexico. You know, Canada and Mexico negotiates over border security and fentanyl, those that get delayed 30 days. It's part of his mantra to negotiate. But eventually he moves forward and says, look, I'm going to do it. He did it. But again, the negotiation always can take place. And, I think the number one goal here for President Trump is to put these tariffs in place. But the number two goal is to do it in a way that there's no sticker shock for the American consumer. And so if automobiles in particular, if Ford and GM went to the White House and said, look, we're going to raise prices on a Ford Focus 15, 25, 30% as a result of this, President Trump, I think, is going to respond because he understands that it was the high prices and inflation which drove a lot of voters to him in the election, and that's the last thing he wants to do. But, as I think many economists are saying with tariffs, that could be a byproduct of what's happening here. So I think he's going to remain flexible in the interim.
And also, Nathan, President Trump calls for an end to the $52 billion CHIPS Act subsidy program. What was the feedback on that one?
Yeah, so this was actually somewhat of a surprise. I would actually call this my biggest surprise of the address last night because, the $52 billion CHIPS Act that was passed was bipartisan in nature. It actually got quite a bit of votes in the Senate, both in the Republican and the House. Republican and Democrat. But as President Trump mentioned that last night, if you looked at House Speaker Mike Johnson's reaction, it was somewhat lukewarm. I actually thought at the time potentially this was a surprise and he didn't know this was coming. But what we're telling our clients is that when it comes to the CHIPS Act, there is still bipartisan support for this bill, $52 billion in subsidies that has already brought in about $400 billion in investments. There is bipartisan support. And if you were to try and do this via reconciliation, meaning this tax package, it's just going to make the tax package even harder to pass. So I think you may see some headline risk on this and certainly some funding freezing potentially risks, but I think there's a low chance of this being overturned by Congress in the next 12 months.
It does feel like reciprocal tariffs, though, are definitely on the table for April 2nd. These weeks move real fast. How are you telling clients to think about this reciprocal tariff risk?
So, I would start with the base case scenario, the ultimate scenario that is just a 100% fruition tariff, reciprocal, you tax us, we tax you type of scenario. But then you have to figure out, okay, well, President Trump is not going to want to harm certain industries. For example, we've always been pretty cognizant or looking at the potash, Canada-U.S. relationship just because it's so key to fertilizers. President Trump said this in his speech last night in terms of farmers. We're going to protect you. And so I think then you just start playing what-if scenarios of how does this actually transplant down to individual companies, individual countries. And so it's kind of challenging here because there's so many different countries that have a relationship with the United States. But ultimately, you have to prepare for the idea that they tax us, we tax you, is what's going to happen on April 2nd. And then from there on, it actually gets dialed down. Steve Mnuchin said at the event today, Bloomberg Invest, former Treasury Secretary, said, I like the idea of a 10% universal tariff across the globe. That could make its way into the White House. But right now, you have to take what President Trump is saying as word and prepare for that.
So, Nathan, we heard yesterday President Trudeau of Canada hitting back pretty forcefully on behalf of Canada. We have not heard from the President of Mexico. We're supposed to hear from her this weekend. What do you expect from Mexico?
So I think the president of Mexico is taking a different approach, obviously, to Prime Minister Trudeau, and the fact that, Mexico did not have immediate reaction to that. And as a result, we didn't see President Trump talking about the president of Mexico like he was talking about, quote, what he would say, Governor Trudeau of the 51st state of the United States. So you didn't see that type of relationship with Mexico and the United States. However, what we've seen from Bloomberg News' reporting in Mexico City is that Mexico is coming up with an idea or is coming up with a response to this. But because the Mexican economy is so key on the United States trade relationship, I think you're going to continue to see more of carrots being thrown between the two as opposed to, this is what our reciprocal tariff or reciprocal action. So I think the president of Mexico is going to try and have additional negotiations here with the folks here in Washington. Ultimately, I do think Mexico, if the situation doesn't change, will come back with a tariff some kind. But I think Mexico is going to take this more wait-and-see approach, very similar to what we've seen come out of China, where, you know, there's some reaction, but not like we saw from Canada, at least in the area of public perception.
All right, Nathan, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. I probably pulled an all-nighter on this one. Nathan
Yes.
Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, joining us there. Let's stay with this. Earlier today, the U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick spoke on Bloomberg Surveillance to discuss the potential shift in tariff policies. He also mentioned drug war, not trade war. According to U.S. Commerce Secretary, President Trump might consider giving Canada and Mexico some relief on tariffs, and that decision is expected this afternoon.
This is not a trade war. This is a drug war. We've got fentanyl still pouring into the country, and it's got to stop. So what's happened is they're showing us even more ways to try to stop the flow of fentanyl. And if they can stop the flow of fentanyl, the president is open-minded. There are going to be tariffs, let's be clear. But what he is thinking about is which sections of the market that can maybe he'll consider giving them relief until we get to, of course, April 2nd. But I don't want anybody to forget, April 2nd is the day that we announce our reciprocal tariffs around the world. And so April 2nd is coming, but this is about fentanyl this month.
Got that. Just want additional clarity. Just to be very clear on this. Yesterday when you said, I think the president's going to figure out, you do more and I'll meet you in the middle, we're probably going to announce that tomorrow, as in today. Can we no longer expect that announcement?
No, I didn't say that. I said the president is listening to the offers from Mexico and Canada. He's thinking about trying to do something in the middle. He's thinking about it. We're talking about it. When I leave here, I'm going to go talk about it with him. And I think early this afternoon, we expect to make an announcement. And my thinking is it's going to be somewhere in the middle. So not 100% of all products and not none. Somewhere in the middle, because I think Mexico and Canada are trying their best, and let's see where we end up. So I do think somewhere in the middle is a likely outcome.
When you say somewhere in the middle, do you mean somewhere in the middle on tariffs, as in somewhere between 0 and 25, or do you mean that certain groups, certain industries will just get a carve-out? And would that carve-out be, say, the autos? Because the president mentioned last night he'd spoken to the autos CEOs. Is it carve-outs we should be thinking about here?
Yeah, I think it's by product and by region. Remember, the USMCA, right, the United States, Mexico, and Canada agreement set up some policies that said you've got to have a certain amount of U.S. content in your products to be USMCA compliant. So I think he's thinking about those categories, the USMCA compliant. And doesn't that make sense to you, right? If you complied with the agreement, then maybe you avoid tariffs. And if you didn't comply with the agreement, well, you did so at your own risk. You knew you weren't complying, and therefore it seems likely that's a place where the president will go. Again, the president gets to make the decision. I'm there talking with him about it, and so is the team. But our expectation is that it'll be categories. It will be 25%, but there will be some categories left out. It could well be autos, could be others as well. USMCA, go look at that. That was the agreement we made with US, Mexico, and Canada, saying those products are exempt. Everyone who didn't live under those terms and did so at their own risk.
All right, that was U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick speaking with Bloomberg Television's anchor Jonathan Farrow earlier today, talking about tariffs. And again, I guess the headline coming out from Mr. Lutnick's comments is that the president may consider putting some exemptions on some of the tariffs that have been announced against Canada and Mexico, potentially getting some of that news later today. So it's stay tuned, I guess, is the way to do it.
It's stay tuned, but also if you're a business, you still have to do stuff. And
right.
We were talking earlier that, whatever sector you're in, you're going to want to carve out, whether or not it's specialty components, whether or not it's steel and aluminum, whether or not it's cars, you're going to want to carve out for tariffs because it's going to affect your business no matter what. So where does that buck stop? Enda Curran joining us from Bloomberg. He covers the global economy. He also lived in Asia for quite many years. So I just wanted to start, Enda, with what we heard from China overnight, because that's also a prelude to any sort of fiscal stimulus and support that we might have.
Yeah, we did have some news from China overnight. They had what's called the National People's Congress. That's the big economic policy planning meeting for the year. And we had two real core messages out of it. One is a growth target of around 5%. So that means the authorities are both committed to still setting a target for the economy. And it means that they're setting still something of an ambitious growth target. It means it's going to require support to get to that point. So that's number one. Then number two, they talked about a budget deficit of around 4%. That suggests that the government will be borrowing more money and putting more money into the economy. Now, I don't think overall people thought the messaging from Beijing was a game changer for what's going on in China's economy, but it does certainly suggest more support is on the way. They are going to start pulling levers to get demand up and running there again. And of course, that's all part of bracing for any potential impact from the trade war too.
All right, and thank you very much. We really appreciate you hopping on there when this ever-changing story here, Enda Curran, he covers the economy for Bloomberg News. He's based down in Washington, D.C. We'll be touching base with him a lot going forward here. Let's get to our next guest, Stephen Meyer, New York City Retirement Systems Asset Management CIO, and he's Deputy Comptroller for the city. Steve, thanks so much for joining us here. I know you just jumped off a panel. We appreciate it. How are you guys navigating the last 6, 7, 8 weeks with all the cross-current of news coming out? How does that impact the way you manage your pension?
Well, it's certainly been interesting. What we try to do, though, is adhere to a long-term strategic plan. So for us, a lot of this is noise in terms of what's going on in the change of policy in Washington. So we're really trying to stick to our North Star, which is our strategic asset allocation. Again, we have multi-generational liabilities that we're trying to satisfy. So again, a long-term investment horizon and a long-term discipline. Now, having said that, our trustees and our beneficiaries and our participants do call. We have the privilege of servicing 800,000 public workers here in the city of New York. So they're concerned, so we need to stay on top of it in terms of just increasing the information flow of how our assets are diversified and they continue to perform as expected.
So how are they? Like 40-60 or 60-40, maybe a thing of the past. There's different mix in there, especially when it comes to alternative assets. What's the best mix?
We're about 35% in alternative assets at this point.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. And that includes private equity, infrastructure, private credit, some small exposure to hedge funds and real estate. Of the other 65%, we're about almost 40% of that is in equity, dominated by U.S. equity, about 85% U.S., large cap in particular, and then an allocation to developed market, ex-U.S. and emerging markets. So we're balanced. We're balanced from a private perspective. We're balanced from a public perspective. And again, I think that's going to benefit us over time with the increase in volatility.
Have you changed your views on the economy, either the U.S. economy or global economy, given some of these trade tensions that are coming into the marketplace?
Well, we're concerned about inflation, and we do think we have some natural hedges against inflation in our portfolio in terms of our real asset allocation, real estate, infrastructure. I think our public equities will actually perform well over time in a higher inflationary environment. So we're not necessarily overly concerned. We did expect to see some uplift in inflation expectations, given concerns about the imposition of tariffs, the mass deportations that were talked about anyway in terms of potentially impacting the price of labor. So again, haven't really changed what we're doing or how we're doing it, but we're certainly mindful and we continue to monitor the situations.
We do have a headline carousing right now. The U.S. is now weighing a 1-month delay of Canada and Mexico tariffs on autos. So looking for those exemptions, those little carve-outs. But potentially we could hear more about that from the White House later on this afternoon. Before we let you go, you mentioned 35% in alternatives. Seems like a lot. Is there a liquidity issue there?
Not really. Compared to some of our peers, and I know other institutional investors, we're just under $300 billion in assets. So I understand that there are other managers out there that have 40, 45, 50% allocation to alternatives. We have ample liquidity through the 65% in public markets. Again, we're disciplined in terms of putting money to work over time. We're benefiting from vintage year diversification. We've actually been putting more money to work in private assets over the last 2 years with a change of our strategic asset allocation, which has been beneficial as others have pulled away from the markets. We've been actually putting money to work, getting better economics, better access to the top managers, co-investment as well to average down the fees and expense.
All right, Steve, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Steve Meyer, New York City Retirement System Asset Management CIO and Deputy Comptroller for the great city of New York. That does it for us here at Bloomberg Invest 2025 here at the Convene Conference Center down here in the World Financial Center. It's been a great couple of days. Some great guests.
Yeah,
Some smart
amazing
folks.
guests.
Yep.
And it's great to get all different perspectives, right? Like, that's how you make a market at the end of the day. We'll be back at headquarters tomorrow. You're looking at a market. So where are we mixed still?
We are mixed. We are a little bit lower on the S&P.
A little bit lower in the S&P. Volume still light. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is up next. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The head of a House committee says policies in sanctuary cities that shield migrants are a public nightmare as Republicans threaten to block federal funds.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, in a city that received tens of thousands of illegal immigrants bussed in from Republican-led cities, insists.
And in the midst of this, migrants did not bring a wave of crime to Denver. In fact, crime went down.
Committee Chair James Comer asked Boston Mayor Michelle Wu about a migrant charged with raping and impregnating his own daughter.
Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
We follow the laws,
and
we make sure.
Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
The nation's highest court has ruled quickly on the Trump foreign aid freeze. CBS's Mugo Odigwe.
Supreme Court justices just this morning have blocked a key bid by the Trump administration to avoid paying nearly $2 billion in foreign aid to USAID contractors. And that came down in a 5-4 decision. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joining 3 liberal justices to turn that down.
At last night's Trump speech to Congress,
the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order.
And that included removing Texas Democrat Al Green from the room for his outburst. Later, he said,
I was making it clear to the president that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid.
In his word today, the House could take up a measure to censure Green. Alaska state troopers say multiple skiers are trapped in an avalanche near Anchorage. At least 2 deaths are blamed on the violent storms that pummeled the South. CBS's Omar Villafranca is in Ada, Oklahoma.
We're seeing damaged homes and businesses as well. The National Weather Service says this was a preliminary EF1 tornado. Glass blown out, bricks are knocked down, the roof collapsed. We're talking wind speeds, as I mentioned, 100, 105 miles per hour. But here's the interesting part. Residents here are telling us they did not hear the sirens until after the storm hit.
On the Health Watch, an update on cancer screenings.
Breast and colorectal cancer screenings have returned to pre-pandemic levels as of 2023, according to a study from the American Cancer Society published in JAMA Medical Journal. Lead researcher Jessica Starr.
This is particularly meaningful because we saw very large disruptions in cancer screening during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this can have massive implications on the stage of diagnosis for cancer.
The study finds cervical cancer screenings are still below pre-pandemic levels through 2023. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
Wall Street, the Dow is up 120 points. This is CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Washington and Wall Street wait for the tariffs to go away, and it may be happening. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Bloomberg now reports this hour that the White House is considering a 1-month delay in implementing auto tariffs against Canada and Mexico. This is just breaking. We'll bring you the latest from the newsroom ahead with insights on the tariffs and Donald Trump's address to Congress with Republican strategist Ashley Davis. She's with us from World Headquarters straight ahead with analysis today from our panel after Donald Trump's wild night on Capitol Hill. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano peeking through one eye this morning, and they'll be with us for the duration here as Democratic mayors are called to testify before the Republican House Oversight Committee to talk sanctuary cities. We'll be joined by the Dean of Boston Political Journalists, John Keller, at large, and it's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's start there right now with Charlie Pellet. Speaking of World Headquarters in New York, how's it look, Charlie?
Yeah, right now we got a lot going on, Joe Matthew. Indeed, late night for you. Here's what's going on. Markets are mixed right now. Indeed, another day of fast-moving developments on tariffs and another day of fast-moving developments for U.S. markets. Here's where we stand. We have got the S&P 500 index now lower by 2 points at 57.75. That is a drop of just under 1/10%. The Dow up 120 now, up 0.3%. NASDAQ, though, lower by 13 points, down 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.24%. The 2-year 3.94%. Spot gold, little change now, up 0.1%, 29.22 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude now with a $65 handle on crude. WTI down 4.2%. Brent 68.54. That is the global benchmark, down 3.5%. Bitcoin, meanwhile, continuing its advance today, 88,888 on Bitcoin, up now by 1.6%. Again, repeating our top story, we've got you covered. The Trump administration is considering a 1-month delay for automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada. This is all according to sources, as a temporary reprieve follows pleas from industry leaders. Among the automakers, Ford now up by 3.3%. General Motors shares are advancing as well. They're up by 4.6%. Again, recapping, the S&P 500 index now trading little change, down by about 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. The great Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. He'll be back a little bit later on this hour to see how things are looking, because investors are not waiting around for an official announcement on this auto tariff delay. Just watch GM. This is a pretty remarkable moment here following the big speech last night. So welcome, yes, to the day after. The Wednesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, the satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. No travel schedule for Donald Trump. I guess he's sleeping this off a little bit, but he is also meeting with members of Congress here to talk about the way forward on a budget resolution, reconciliation, and maybe even funding the government 10 days from now. But we've got a lot to unpack from last night as Wall Street shakes it off here on this 5th of March with news on tariffs following Tariff Tuesday and a speech to a joint session of Congress that embraced what Donald Trump considers the most beautiful word in the dictionary. Let's listen.
If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers starting on April 2nd. It may be a little bit of an adjustment period. I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
A little disturbance in the force. We were watching, so you didn't have to, 100 minutes long. Everybody crawled out of here around midnight last night. 9,888 words, according to the transcript. Donald Trump went for broke. And indeed broke President Bill Clinton's 88-minute record. Remember? In conclusion, that's where we start our conversation with Ashley Davis, who was also watching along last evening. Republican strategist, partner, S3 Group, former senior staffer, the Department of Homeland Security. Ashley, it's great to see you. Welcome back. I don't know if you've recovered from a record setter last night, but was it time well spent? Because the market's still pretty confused about Tariff Tuesday, among a lot of other things.
Well, I don't think anything's well spent for 100 minutes, so no, I don't think so. But I do miss the Bush days when everyone criticized him for not talking long enough, and we all missed that. But listen, it was... the last few years have turned into political speeches. I mean, I feel that last night, in some ways, we've all hit a new low in regards to how the Democrats were reacting, how the Republicans have reacted under when Democrats spoke. And, I don't like it when you have different positive messages that are coming out, whether it's about a death of somebody or whatever it is, that you can't be... You're so angry at each other that you can't support some of that stuff. So that's what I would say, just from a high level. But obviously, we've been talking about this, Joe, for the last year about his favorite word being tariffs. Yesterday, I think he knew exactly what he was doing. The team knew exactly what they were doing in regards to putting these tariffs at least in place for a short period of time. I think that they knew it was going to impact the markets. It obviously did impact the markets. You see them taking a step back today. I thought Secretary Lutnick on Bloomberg earlier today gave a lot of information in regards to any type of exemptions and saying that if there are going to be exemptions that the president puts in place over the next month, that we should look at USMCA and the exemptions that are there. So I think they are starting to show the tea leaves. I think it was very pointed today that he just put out the announcement on the automobiles, because look what the market's doing. So people say crazy like a fox, and so, I don't back off that sometimes. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I don't think that they are. When he was in the first time, everyone was like, no, he doesn't know how to run the country, da-da-da-da-da. But they've been preparing for this for years, and I do think that he's going to continue to use these tariffs, not just on the financial parts, but also in regards to foreign policy.
You're a strategist, Ashley, though. You're a communicator by profession. You know how to tell an elected official how to crystallize a message and how not to get in trouble, how not to break into jail. That cut we just heard from Donald Trump, there'll be a little disturbance talking about tariffs, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. That's begging to be put in a campaign ad if this thing turns south, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, 100%. But
will
also,
he regret saying that?
I don't know if he will, because is it going to really impact him? He can't run again. So it's going to be more that the House and Senate members that are going to be up for re-election, the governors, does it have a trickle-down effect? But I think one thing that he definitely has to deal with, which was not addressed last night, were the pocketbook issues in regards to egg prices. I mean, we can go on and on. I don't need to name them.
Sure.
So tariffs from...
He said those are Joe Biden's egg prices.
Exactly. Well, that's not going to last for... You can't use that.
How long does he get to do that
Yeah.
for?
I mean, I remember saying this when Biden came in with Trump. Like, you can't continue to blame Trump for 6 months, a year after that they left. So there has to be a grasp, because I don't know if the everyday American's really paying attention to the tariffs like you and I are, but I think that they're definitely paying attention to their grocery bills.
Yeah. He told Congress to scrap the CHIPS Act and spend the money on reducing debt. I realize the spirit of kind of rescinding or overturning the Biden agenda is part of Donald Trump's approach here. But doesn't that argue with the idea of bringing businesses like this back to the U.S.?
Yes, and that was actually something I was pretty surprised about right before he went on, that they were going to concentrate on that. I just seeing some of the talking points. Especially because that was a pretty bipartisan bill. I would think he's talking about some of the money that wasn't spent at Commerce yet. that maybe reappropriating that or moving that to different parts of the agency for different priorities. But I don't think that that can happen in regards to legislation that's already earmarked for certain things. I mean, we'll see. I mean, we're having this discussion all the time of how money's being spent with Doge cuts. So, but that was a surprise. So I don't know where that's going at this point, but we'll see.
What'd you think of the Democrats in the room, the Al Green demonstration? We're 3 minutes into this thing, Ashley. I thought it was going off the rails. Donald Trump did seem to get things under control again, or at least Democrats gave up, on the initial effort to protest. There were a few who walked out, like Bernie Sanders, a few who boycotted. Does any of this matter?
No. I mean, I think this is kind of the polarization of the country, and you saw it once again. Just what I said at the beginning of the show, though, that concerns me is you do have issues that we can't agree on, or tragedies that we should all be agreeing on, that just we can't even be doing that from both sides of the aisle. So, I mean, does it make people look, I'm just saying this from a Democrat perspective because they're in the minority right now, but they don't look classy when they're reacting that way in regards to, what yelling and, during the speech. Obviously, I'd say the same thing for Marjorie Taylor Greene when Biden was doing it. So both sides do it, and it's just, I think it's not a good way to act, Joe.
Well, that's right, and that's why we like you, Ashley. You were brought up the right way. It was kind of weird watching they're holding up the signs. I thought I was looking at an auction. They're holding up.
It's trashy.
I forget, it was Congresswoman Tlaib had a whiteboard. I'm going to start doing that with some guests when they don't answer my questions. I'm going to hold up the whiteboard. You can just watch the YouTube feed and figure out how I feel about it. Just a minute left, Ashley Davis. It's great to have you here. Is Donald Trump going to be defined in this second term by the tariffs, or is there more to it?
I don't know. I mean, we thought this, we had the same conversation in 2018, end of 2017, beginning 2018. And then look what happened after the tough tariffs were put on China, and everyone said the world's going to come to an end. And then Biden never overturned those tariffs. So I think that there will be exemptions just like there were before. I think obviously China and Mexico, and as Secretary Lutnick said today, that's a war on drugs, not on tariffs. Right, we'll see. We'll see what happens on April 2nd with reciprocal tariffs. I think that's obviously a big negotiating tactic for the president as well. I think these can be defined on a lot. We'll see. Remember last week we were talking about Ukraine and the fight in the Oval. So this is just the topic of the day.
Oh, my God, Ashley. The world shifts again under our feet. Come see us when you're back in the Capitol. It's always our pleasure to spend time with the great Ashley Davis, Republican strategist. S3 Group. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're going to talk about the tariffs in our second hour with former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. Much more ahead. Keller at Large is coming in hot from Boston next, right here on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks higher across the board right now. Green on the screen for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ on word that the Trump administration is considering a one-month delay for automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada. That, according to sources, as a temporary reprieve follows pleas from industry leaders. Now, administration officials, according to the sources, met yesterday to discuss the matter with the heads of Ford, GM, and Stellantis. So here's where we stand. S&P now higher by 10. That is a gain of 0.2%. We've got the Dow up 172, up by about 0.4%. And NASDAQ up 48, a gain there of 0.3%. The Russell 2000 index, though, does remain lower. Little change, down less than 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.24%, with the 2-year 3.95%. Spot gold, little change, 29.17 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 65.75 a barrel, down by 3.7%. Bitcoin, meanwhile, up 2.3%, 89,509 on Bitcoin. After earnings, Abercrombie & Fitch is now plunging, down by 12.1%, as the retailer struggles to meet investors' lofty expectations. The retailer said revenue this year will grow 3 to 5%. Wall Street was projecting an average of $5.2 billion in annual sales. That would be a gain of about 5.5%. Again, A&F, Abercrombie & Fitch, down now by 11.9%. Recapping, tariff hopes send stocks higher. S&P up 14, gain there of 0.2%, with a 10-year currently yielding 4.25%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues right now. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew in Washington.
All right, Charlie, we thank you, sir. We'll be back to Charlie on the markets a little bit later on this hour on the fastest show in politics. Great to see you. As we peek out of one eye today in the nation's capital, everybody's a little bit bleary after the longest speech in recorded history, at least before a joint session of Congress. Yeah, 100 minutes. Surely you were with us live for the duration on Bloomberg Radio and on Bloomberg Television. 9,888 words, much of it having to do with tariffs, but also funding the government. What are we, 9 days out now? 9 days out from a shutdown. As we seek the truth here on Bloomberg, straddling both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, we can tell you that Donald Trump is meeting with House Republicans today at the White House on crafting a plan to avoid a shutdown. Elon Musk, on the other end, on Capitol Hill, meeting with lawmakers following his fetting last night in the House chamber. Meanwhile, today, the House Oversight Committee is busy. Jim Comer had an early start after a late night, drawing Democratic mayors from sanctuary cities around the country to testify before the committee. Interesting, none of the mayors of these cities ever call them sanctuary cities. But as you consider the idea here, the oversight, trying to get some buzz in a very busy news cycle, there's only one strategy left, and that is video production. They actually made a trailer for this hearing that unfolded this morning with the likes of Mayor Eric Adams of New York, Michelle Wu of Boston. Here's a taste.
But provide sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals.
Pushback in the sanctuary city of Boston. Mayor Michelle Wu says the city will not cooperate with his plan for mass deportation.
Police agents in Massachusetts arresting 2 illegal immigrants facing sex crimes against children in 2 separate instances.
Yeah, that's just a taste. This thing's a couple of minutes long. A lot of grainy images. I think I saw a couple of my old colleagues from the Boston news business in there. The Herald, looming large. And if you're with us on 92.9, we see you, because we wanted to get into this testimony today from the view of one of these cities. This is big local news. You don't need me to tell you that if you're in Boston, if you're in New York, if you're in Chicago or Denver. And we have the voice of Boston politics with us, the dean of Boston politics, the great John Keller. Keller at large, political analyst at the CBS affiliate, my alma mater, WBZ. He's with us now live from the lawless city of Boston, the dystopian landscape. John, I'm picturing burning garbage cans and cars as you join us from the middle of Blade Runner. You know, I checked to see if I could get a trailer for us here, John, and it's not in the budget. And I'm wondering, what is the point of this whole exercise?
Yeah, the only cars being overturned here in Boston are after one of our pro sports teams wins another championship. Maybe some college students get a little liquored up and go overboard. But yeah, it's, I've been watching this. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
No, I've been there for that. You tell me, what did you see today? You're watching, so our viewers and listeners didn't have to.
Yeah, well, I understand why the Republicans wanted to stage this hearing. Gives them a chance to crank up the video machine, as you just pointed out, which feeds the fervor and the fear in their base. And there's no question about it. Immigration and lack of controls over immigration, lack of a comprehensive plan, has been a winning political issue for the Republicans. Donald Trump has refined it to an art form. So I get it. But so far, the hearing is a huge dud for the Republicans. You know, the problem is they've all been salivating ever since in December of 23, when they hauled the 3 college presidents before this oversight committee hearing. Remember Claudine Gay from Harvard, the presidents of Penn and MIT, and they were just turned into mincemeat by the panelists. Well, that's not what's going on today, because big city mayors are not college presidents. With all due respect to the, I'm sure, many college presidents in your audience, Joe, these mayors know how to engage in a fight, and they came ready, but they really haven't been challenged. In particular, Mayor Wu, supposedly presiding over this paradise for rapists, has yet to be confronted with any specific evidence of any kind of malfeasance attributable to Boston's status as a sanctuary city. Time and again, the mayors have been patiently explaining to frustrated Republicans that if there's an illegal, undocumented immigrant who's wanted on a violent crime charge and there's a warrant, over to ICE they go. No problem, no questions asked. And they haven't been able to refute it. So far, it's Democratic mayors 10, Republicans on the Oversight Committee 0, and we're only in the third inning.
All right, well, let's get a taste of this, because to your point, John, Michelle Wu did come armed with actual data when it came to crime rates in the city. Let's listen.
This federal administration is making hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing residents afraid to live their lives. A city that's scared is not a city that's safe. A land ruled by fear is not the land of the free. Next month, Boston will celebrate 250 years of our nation's freedom. And in every one of those years, Boston has welcomed the world to our shores.
John, she went on to say that each year she's been in office, the murder rate has declined in the city of Boston. She came packed with data that argued with what some of the Republican committee members were saying. I'm curious how this is playing at home, because all of these Democratic mayors have one thing in common. They held news conferences before they left, and they got a lot of local coverage, and most of it was positive. Is that the case in Boston?
Well, I mean, as far as today's hearing goes, it remains to be seen, but I'm going to be commenting on this later on our local news, and I guarantee you I'm going to give her a good review. And, you know, I've had my dust-ups with Mayor Wu in the past. I'm sure we'll have others in the future, but she's handling this very well. I mean, tip of the cap to the Boston Police Department. They've been doing a great job, and it shows up in the crime stats, which are some of the best for a major American city. So there's really no there for the Republicans on this panel to get a grip on. And I also think, Joe, and this has been kind of interesting, she's the only woman on a panel for mayors. They seem reluctant to go after her. You know, it's Ash Wednesday. She's got the ash cross on her forehead. And while she's generally a sort of a soft-spoken person, she has come prepared. Her Her body language is good. Her voice quality is calm. Her demeanor is calm and composed. But as you heard in that bite, she's gotten a little aggressive with her criticism of the Republican policies. One other quick thing, Joe, in the run-up to this, Mayor Wu and local advocates have been making a big issue of the impact of the deportations and the increased ICE activity on local businesses that cater to the immigrant communities, restaurants, pizza joints, you name it. These places are struggling. They're deserted because many immigrants are afraid to go out. So I know you've interviewed the U.S. Chamber of Commerce folks many times about their concerns about mass deportation. I thought I heard James Comer, the chairman of this committee, at one point say, oh, well, there is no mass deportation. Maybe I misheard that, but if he did say it, maybe that indicates a rising level of concern in Republican circles about how all this is playing, at least within the business community.
Spending time with John Keller on Balance of Power. I've only got a couple minutes left, John. I want to ask you about what appears to be the dust-up locally. You can tell me. Josh Kraft, who's, of course, challenging Michelle Wu, was tweeting on X. Do we need to spend $650,000 of taxpayer funds on a show trial hearing? There's a story that she spent as much money on an outside law firm to prepare for this. Is that true, and what do you know about it?
Apparently it's true, $900 an hour, this law firm charges. And, of course, my immediate reaction, Joe, was, what am I doing in this business? You know, no kidding. Why didn't I get into that racket? But while the $650,000 figure, which was confirmed by the city that they've spent in 6 weeks of prep for today's hearing, is an eye-popping figure, it sort of looks so far like money well spent. As I say, Mayor Wu is knocking it out of the park. We put in a call for comment to Josh Kraft, who's her most significant challenger so far. It'd be interesting to see if he even wants to talk about it. That's how well it's going for Michelle Wu.
Amazing. I've only got a minute left, John. You're going to be talking about it. I know you're already writing about it on the website, the big speech last night. Was that a win for Donald Trump? We saw a number of folks recoil from the Democratic delegation in Massachusetts. I believe it was Jim McGovern said he would rather have needles in his eyeballs than sit through that.
Yeah, I'm sure that could be arranged if he wants to talk to Tom Homans, the ICE guy. But you know, it was a win in the sense of you're basically speaking uncontested. The cutaways of Democrats holding up lame little signs, that's not going to move the needle for them. So the Trump base, I'm sure, loved it. Catnip for them. I don't think it hurts the Democratic base to get a full
so the State of the Union
of the Trump
is now a political rally, apparently. Hey, John, thank you, as always. The great John Keller, a great friend of the program, Keller at Large, BZ in Boston. We'll keep tabs on the hearing for you and assemble our panel next. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P right now just about at the best level of the day. Stocks are gaining on word that the Trump administration is considering a one-month delay for automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Ford, GM, both advancing now. We got Ford up 3.6%, GM up by 5%, S&P up 25 points, again, best level of the day at 5803, up now by 0.4%. The Dow up 254, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index is also gaining by 0.6%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares back in the green, higher by 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.25%, the 2-year 3.95%. Spot gold at $29.17 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 66.08 a barrel. WTI now down 3.2%, and Bitcoin up 2.7%, 89,875 on Bitcoin. Industry data in the build-up to the jobs report point to a slowdown in business hiring. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Private payrolls rose by 77,000 in February, the smallest increase since July, based on data from payroll processor ADP. Most of the job cuts were in service industries. Small businesses with less than 20 employees accounted for the lower tally. The ADP report corresponds to forecasts for modest growth in the Labor Department's monthly jobs report set for Friday. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
President Trump is calling for ending a bipartisan $52 billion semiconductor subsidy program that has spurred more than $400 billion in investments from companies like Taiwan Semiconductor and Intel. Word came last night in an address to Congress. That address, of course, broadcast on Bloomberg Radio. Right now, among chip names, NVIDIA up 0.8%. Intel, though, down 4.4%. Advanced Micro Devices up by 0.1%. Recapping, S&P very close to session highs right now, up 25, up 0.4. The 10-year, 4.25%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, many thanks. Charlie's got his hands on the markets for us as we talk politics this day after the big speech. Remember the big one Donald Trump said, "I will tell it like it is." And I suspect that was an accurate statement, right? If you watched or listened to the speech last evening, it set a record, and he upset half the room, made the other half of the room pretty happy. The longest address to a joint session of Congress in history. Topped Bill Clinton. And there's not enough caffeine in Washington to get everybody ready for another day here, but here we go. How do you follow up the longest speech ever delivered before a joint session of Congress? You don't go to Disney World. And in this administration, apparently you don't go on the road. That was always the tradition. You follow up the speech with the road trip, right? Barnstorm the nation to galvanize the new agenda. Not so much today. It's more meetings in Washington. Donald Trump is meeting with House Republicans at the White House to figure out how to avoid a shutdown in 10 days. Well, he's got Elon Musk up on the Hill, meeting with senators for a luncheon here. We're going to talk to Shelley Moore Capito about that next hour. I believe she's in the room. And later today, with members of the House, first Senate, then House, as we try to recover from the speech that was. Elon Musk in the gallery last evening wearing a suit, the guest of honor, as we heard from President Donald Trump.
I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Ah, they loved it. Perhaps you've heard of it. But wait, we kept hearing in court filings that Elon Musk does not run the Doge. What did he say? Headed by? Elon Musk was apparently a presidential advisor. Maybe he's running the Doge. We got a lot to talk about with the panel. They also survived this with us here, and it just feels different. We were talking about this last night with Rick and Jeannie. Sometimes it feels different the next day. After you get a chance to sleep on it, you get the analysis. You've got, of course, members of the cabinet like Howard Lutnick out there banging the drum this morning. to bring the point home. Rick Davis, of course, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie Shanzano, our Democratic analyst, political science professor at Iona University. They make up our signature panel. Good morning, guys. Here we go again. It's almost like the day never ended. I had to check if it was AM or PM at this point. Jeannie, what's the hangover? What's the takeaway in Washington? Because Howard Lutnick is already talking about pulling back on some auto tariffs. Maybe we get a statement on this today. Did you hear a crystallized message from the executive last night?
Well, Joe, first of all, I just told producer James I think I'm still asleep, so forgive me if I'm a little bit tired. I think, there were a few takeaways for me. Number one is that the commitment that Donald Trump, as it pertains to tariffs, has long had to tariffs continues, at least as far as the speech is concerned. But we are hearing mixed messages from this administration, and the great conversation that Anne-Marie and others had today with Lutnick speaks to that, which is that we are hearing he may be pulling back a bit. And yet you didn't hear any of that last night in the speech. And so it'll be curious. We hear that he has already talked to Justin Trudeau. Does he pull back a bit? Given how committed he has been his entire life to tariffs, it's hard to imagine he does. And, he wasn't even just talking about the tariffs from yesterday. Last night, he talked about the reciprocal tariffs that will go in on April 2nd. So he didn't shy away from any of that. So as it pertains to tariffs, I think the messaging is problematic because we are not getting a straight message from various people in the administration, including the president.
Weigh in on the developments this day after to the extent that you want to, Rick. But your takeaway from last evening, we saw a lot of different headlines today. And you know how the echo chamber works in news media. Everyone's putting forth the headline that seems to please their audience. Did Donald Trump move the needle last evening? Who was the audience he resonated with?
Joe, I think that's kind of the point of the speech last night. Donald Trump was talking to people who already like Donald Trump. And if you talk to the people who like Donald Trump, they loved the speech. They thought it was fantastic. Finally, somebody's doing something about this horrible place, Washington, D.C., and all the bureaucrats that are stopping good things from happening. And you even see that in the survey data, the flash polls today. If you're a Republican or you voted for Trump, you thought it was great. If you're anything other than that, you thought it was awful. You thought he was, too domineering and the policies don't fit your interests. And so, look, we live in a divided country. It's been that way for a while. It's not going to surprise anybody. I would say if there was a message that I would take back from last night after having somewhat of a night to think about it is we got to get back to some level of decorum. I mean, Democrats, no matter how much you hate Donald Trump, you're not going to be making it better by making fools of yourself. We did that with Bill Clinton. We impeached a guy. It was a disaster for us. Hatred overran our sensibilities. And if that wasn't a message to officials in Washington, then last night, if you really think about it, was that the picture you wanted the Democratic Party to broadcast? I actually think they made a bigger impact with the lack of decorum last night than Donald Trump did just talking about what he's doing anyway.
Let's have the answer to that. Jeannie, we did not see eggs thrown. That was floated. I don't think any noisemakers were in the room either, but you did have Al Green get thrown out of the joint, which was pretty remarkable to watch in the first 3 minutes of an address to Congress. He had the cane up in the air. He was yelling, "You don't have a mandate," to Donald Trump. So he carried that water. There was silent protest as well. We saw a lot of Congresswomen, female members of the House and Senate wearing pink to make a silent protest. Some were holding up signs. It looked like they were at an auction or maybe getting ready to play pickleball. What was the point? Did any of this pay off?
Yeah, getting ready to play bingo, some people said. No, it doesn't. And the reality is that if you really think that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, is a tyrant, dressing in the same color, holding up paddles, wearing T-shirts with logos, that is not going to get you anywhere. And so I think what we saw last night was the fact that Donald Trump is very much in control of the Republican Party. He has almost zero asks from his own Congress, from Republicans. He pretty much got up there, celebrated what he's done the last 43 days, blamed Biden for everything that is wrong with the U.S., and didn't ask Congress for much of anything because he doesn't think he needs Congress. And he may in the short term be right about that. But Democrats don't have a coherent message to confront him. They haven't for some time. But more important than that, they don't have an individual to confront him. Donald Trump commands Washington right now, and the Democrats are floundering. That was very clear last night. Their best bet would have been to either stay home or to do what we saw the leader, Hakeem Jeffries, do, which was sit quietly and leave at the end and talk about the fact that the math that the president was talking about does not add up. He may be the first president causing a recession in the history of the United States with these tariffs, and none of his math has added up in the past, and it doesn't add up now. Focus on what he doesn't want you to focus on. Let him be Oprah. You focus on the real business of the people, which 80% of them say they care about, which is the cost of living and inflation.
The formal Democratic response, not the one we saw on the floor, came from Alyssa Slotkin, freshman senator, Michigan, former CIA analyst, showed up in front of a Bank of American flags and said this.
President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life.
Rick Davis, you know this is a thankless job doing the response. How do you think this was delivered? And is this the candidate to make Republicans shake in their boots when it comes to the midterms?
Yeah, I was digging around all morning to find some critical analysis of her speech, and I couldn't find one. I think everybody basically said, yeah, that was a good speech. And I would say, if you want to follow a Democrat's messaging, follow Elisa Slotkin. I mean, she got elected in Michigan at the same time Donald Trump won Michigan with this message: economy, security, and democracy. I mean, like, you don't hear any of that from the people who were protesting last night. In fact, they'd probably protest her for even giving this speech. I bet you this wasn't a widely circulated document before she gave it. I mean, like, that's an elixir for future Democratic growth in their party. But, like, I don't see anybody but her giving this speech. And so, good job, Senator Slotkin. You did something that virtually no one else has ever done, which is gave a sober, thoughtful speech, and you didn't make a fool of yourself. That's like A+.
It's a pretty low bar, Jeannie, but I don't know. What do you think? Is Alyssa Slotkin the future of the party? Was that the roadmap last night, and could she share space? Could she take a road trip with Al Green?
Well, you know, I don't know if she can lead Al Green in that direction, but there are a number of Democrats who are doing this, what we saw Alyssa Slotkin do last night. That's why we saw them win in states where Donald Trump won, and she is a perfect example of that. And there were many. You know, the senator from Pennsylvania is another one. One of the best, she did several things that were right, but one of the best things that she did was she said, we do need change, but we can make common sense changes and they don't have to be reckless. And number two, she said, on issues that she agrees with the president, let's see his plan and let's work with him where we can. And she pointed in particular to the issue of the border. And those two things alone are exactly why she was able to win in Michigan, where Donald Trump won, why we've seen other Democrats be able to win in purplish swing states where Donald Trump did well. So there's many Democrats, they have a big bench, but we have not been able to see that in Congress at this point where they can get the base to follow them.
Yeah. Rick, we've only got about a minute left. You remember all the way back, as we referred yesterday, the OG heckler, Joe Wilson. Remember, you lied in Barack Obama's State of the Union. Yeah, he was voted in. There was a resolution of disapproval to reprimand him in the House. They talked about censure. Should Al Green be censured?
Yeah, no, that wasn't that long ago. And I don't know if a censure would get you to do anything other than sort of raise the hackles of the opposition. I mean, we got to find a way that this dialogue can happen where the President of the United States can go to the well of the House of Representatives in a joint session and not be heckled and not be protested. I mean, you know, I hope that the media coverage on this debacle that was the opposition response last night and not slacking somehow changes people's minds.
That's Rick Davis. She's Jeannie Shanzano. They're back in our second hour, our signature panel the day after the big speech. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll have much more ahead, including our conversation with former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. It's coming up in hour 2 right here only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
On again, off again, tariffs keep Washington guessing and Wall Street on edge. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. This day after President Trump's address to Congress with news that he may delay auto tariffs on Canada and Mexico by a month. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for being with us this day after the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. The report that we're getting here from Bloomberg News, Kaylee, is already moving the markets once again.
Yeah, certainly the shares of automakers, Ford and GM, are moving, but you've seen it in the broader equity markets as well, which of course have been roiled in the last few days over the implementation of these tariffs to begin with. It is noteworthy that the news, or at least are reporting, that they're considering removing the auto sector, at least for a time being, from these levies, also comes as President Trump told us in his joint address to a joint session of Congress last night that he spoke to the heads of the big three automakers yesterday.
That's right. Fascinating timing here, or maybe not so coincidental. Howard Lutnick, of course, speaking to Bloomberg News earlier today, giving us a sense of what might come next. Fluidity, as he's been referring to it here, Kaylee. So who knows where we are by the end of the day and whether an event or an announcement of some sort will be added to the schedule at the White House. We do expect a press briefing coming up this hour.
Yeah, Caroline Leavitt will potentially be making some news, and of course we'll bring you any headlines from her. I would just point out, though, that if we're expecting any kind of immediate pullback in tariffs from Canada, for example, Canadian officials have signaled to Bloomberg, unless all of the tariffs go away, they are leaving their retaliatory measures in place.
What was framed as a drug war by this administration is feeling a lot like a trade war, certainly if it moves beyond today. And we're going to have the latest on this coming up from Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. And really interesting, Kaylee, looking forward to this conversation with former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. That'll be later this hour.
Yep, there's a lot to get to, but we begin, as always, with how markets are reacting to all of these changing headlines. So Charlie Pellet, how are we looking from New York?
And right now we are looking higher with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ not just advancing, but best level of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. Stocks are gaining on word the Trump administration is said to be considering a one-month delay for automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada. As Kayla mentioned, the automaker stocks higher. Ford right now up 4%, GM up 5%, Stellantis up 7.5%. Bottom line here, the Dow gaining 309, up now by 0.7%. S&P up 37, up 0.6. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.9%, and the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares in the green now up by 0.4%. The 10-year at 4.27% with a 2-year 3.97%. Gold little change, 29.17 the ounce. I'm calling that flat on the day right now. But crude now down by 3.1%, 66.14 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin up by 2.3% now, 89,468. Moderna says it expects to launch a personalized cancer vaccine that it's developing with Merck by 2027. Moderna is currently in a late-stage trial for a vaccine for skin cancer. Moderna shares, they're pushing higher now, up by 7.1%. And Novo Nordisk is following in rival Eli Lilly's footsteps by selling its weight loss drug Wegovy directly to U.S. patients at a discount. Novo Nordisk up now by 3.8%. One additional headline right now, just getting word that VW is unveiling an affordable EV model to go on sale from 2027. Automakers higher, yes, but VW ADRs, they are gaining now by 5.4%. Recapping, S&P up 37, up 0.6% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, tracking the way the market is reacting to the ever-changing tariff story that's emanating from here in Washington, as well as Ottawa and Mexico City. Thank you so much. I would point out that the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, doing another television interview confirming that President Trump has indeed spoken with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau today. And the Commerce Secretary is suggesting that President Trump is leaning toward USMCA markets being excluded from the tariffs that, I would remind everyone, just went into effect approximately, 37 hours ago, and already we're talking about rolling things back, at least in some sectors, potentially even autos, as the Commerce Secretary told our colleagues on Bloomberg Surveillance earlier today.
The president is listening to the offers from Mexico and Canada. He's thinking about trying to do something in the middle. He's thinking about it. We're talking about it. When I leave here, I'm going to go talk about it with him. And I think early this afternoon, we expect to make an announcement. And my thinking is it's going to be somewhere in the middle.
All right. Knowing that President Trump spoke with Justin Trudeau earlier, and having heard what Howard Lutnick had to say today on Bloomberg TV and radio, we're standing by for news, and so is Michael Shepard. He joins us right now, Bloomberg Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries. Shep, does this feel like a master plan or jazz improv?
It feels a little more like improv and maybe modern jazz at that. It's a little harder to follow in a way because you don't know where the music is taking you, honestly. And we heard from Donald Trump last night really offering very little in the way of a signal that, hey, there could be some relief or reprieve on the way. He pointed to tariffs as really the almost panacea for the U.S. economy, doing everything to resolve all the trade issues that he sees as imbalances that are unfair to this country, in his view, while also coming up with all this revenue to pay for his biggest priorities, especially boosting border enforcement and, even more importantly, all those big tax cuts, and then how that squares with the relief that might temporarily come for the auto sector and, you know, the retaliation that we're seeing from Canada already and possibly from Mexico very soon. The scoring on this music, Joe, is tough to track.
Well, if we consider the actual language that the president used in his address last night when talking about tariffs, Mike, he did say there will be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. If they decide to pause tariffs on autos or exempt autos from the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for now, at least, is that a suggestion that too much disturbance in the auto industry in particular is more than this president is willing to tolerate?
Well, a disturbance in the auto industry would be felt immediately based on our reporting. When you talk to our colleagues who cover this area, like David Welch and others and analysts who really study it, tariffs on this sector against Canada and Mexico would have an immediate effect. It would send car prices up by several $1,000s on units that consumers may be thinking about buying to replace the Hulk that's in their driveway leaking oil. And if people are faced with that kind of a choice of having to pay so much more all of a sudden, they may hold off on those purchases. And that is what the automakers are really fearing. And our reporting shows that they made a full court press to the president appealing for some sort of relief. When it comes to autos, tariffs against Canadian and Mexican goods, the sector is so interlocked, and our reporting has shown that, you know, car parts and you know, vehicles can cross the border multiple times before it ends up as a finished vehicle on a dealer's lot here in the United States. So it's very difficult to simply say, you know, we're going to tariff goods from these countries and then they will simply move production here. It's not that simple. These supply chains have been built on an interlocked basis for decades, over decades, and undoing it very quickly would be difficult. And the automakers recognize this and are trying to make that clear to the president.
All right, Mike, great to have you with us. Michael Shepard, Bloomberg Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries. It looks like we have breaking news on this matter. Kaylee, and look no further than Truth Social, Donald Trump so frequently making the announcement on social media. Why hold an event? Justin Trudeau of Canada called me to ask what could be done about tariffs. I told him many people have died from fentanyl that came through the borders of Canada and Mexico, and nothing has convinced me that it has stopped. Is this good news, Kaylee? He said it's gotten better, but I said that's not good enough. Call on it in a somewhat friendly manner. Unable to tell me when the Canadian election is taking place, which made me curious, like, what's going on here? The President of the United States writes. I then realized he is trying to use this issue to stay in power. Good luck, Justin! Exclamation point. Tariffs still on?
Well, it would seem so. At least there's very little suggestion in this post that tariffs are off. As he said, what he has seen from Canada to this point on fentanyl is not good enough. Leaving the domestic Canadian politics aside, we should point out that Prime Minister Trudeau has said he is stepping down. There is no indication from him that he actually is changing his mind about that, trying to remain in his position. But on the fentanyl issue specifically, is he, and this is fitting with the framing this administration has put out there, that this is about a drug war, not a trade war. This is what the Commerce Secretary was alluding to. What they're trying to do right now, they say, is actually just stem the flow of fentanyl. The real trade war starts, what, less than 4 weeks from now on April 2nd when reciprocal tariffs go in.
If they go into place.
If, yes.
I wonder what the panel thinks about this. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors, our signature panel. They were up all night with us as well, listening to and watching this address. He, of course, partner at Stone Court Capital, a Republican strategist. Jeannie is political science professor at Iona University, our Democratic analyst. Rick, what do you think about this update here? Can we assume, based on this anecdotal post by Donald Trump, that the tariffs will stick?
Yeah, I think so, until they don't stick. Look, I mean, we need to understand, Donald Trump sees tariffs as a tactic. Strategy is to, make America rich again. And tariffs are a component of that, and probably the component he loves to talk about most. But he's like a day trader. Let's put the tariffs on today, we'll take them off tomorrow, put them back on a day later. Frankly, much like his handling of the Ukrainian war. Well, we're going to find a deal we can do, and then once we do that deal, we'll have some talks about peace treaties. It's very transactional. It's that, sort of mercantile government that we've been talking about since day one of his administration. So it shouldn't surprise anybody that he's going to adjust these things. But remember, he put these tariffs against China and other trading partners together in the beginning of his administration, and many of those are still in place today. So I have no doubt his long-term plan is to use tariffs to bring in revenue to the Treasury of the United States, and that's not going to change anything. Just who they're applied to will be somewhat subjective, and how high and how long they last is completely at his whim.
Well, speaking of his whims, he has decided to post for a second time on Truth Social in just as many minutes. The president now saying, for anyone who is interested, I also told Governor Justin Trudeau of Canada that he largely caused the problems we have with them because of his weak border policies. He goes on to say that allowed tremendous amounts of fentanyl and illegal aliens to pour into the United States. These policies are responsible for the deaths of many people. Jeannie, a few things here. One, last night in his address to a joint session, he actually was talking about Joe Biden, his predecessor's border policies as being really what is at issue here. Also, when we're considering fentanyl specifically from Canada, as we've repeatedly reminded our audience, 43 pounds of fentanyl crossed the northern border last year, according to U.S. data. Is it actually possible for Canada to get that down to zero? Is that what it's actually going to take here?
It is a made-up issue, as we know when we look at the numbers of fentanyl coming from Canada. And, Rick was just saying he's using it as a negotiating tactic. We've heard that. He's using it to get money for the Treasury. We've heard that. He's using it because of drugs. We've heard that. The problem is there is no clear reason he has given why Americans should go through the pain that they will feel if he keeps this up. As he was talking about last night, there's going to be a disturbance. How much of a disturbance? How much pain? For how long? He also noted after that we can take it. Who is we? The wealthy? Can people on the ground take it when they go to the grocery store? The truth is, he is acting like a bully. He has been doing it to Ukraine. He's now doing it to Canada, to our closest allies, Mexico. When we were in kindergarten, we learned that bullies bully because they are weak. He is making himself look weak. He is making the U.S. look weak, and he's hurting the market and potentially the economy long term if he keeps this up. And when we talk about what he did in the first term on China, those were targeted tariffs. And guess what? They hurt farmers so much we had to bail them out. This is a bad policy. We've known that for decades. We don't know why he is so committed to it, but he seems to be, despite everything Howard Lutnick keeps going on the air and saying.
Yeah, Donald Trump said last night, Rick, there'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. Will he regret saying those words? They've got to be saving that for a campaign ad already.
Yeah, first of all, he's not running again. So they can run all the campaign ads they want, maybe against J.D. Vance, but, he's not on a ballot again. And so I think that gives him a little bit more flexibility. Secondarily, I'm a little surprised he's actually hedging a little bit, because typically he would just say how great this was going to be and how rich it was going to make America, and he wouldn't even consider the negative impact on certain communities, farmers and manufacturers and others who would be hit by these surpluses. But remember, too, he looks at the big picture and he says, look, we've got a $100 billion trade imbalance with Canada. That's what he's trying to get at. He wants to have parity. And we'll see when we get to April 2nd, because April 1st, according to Donald Trump, he's worried you might be thinking he's kidding. And when the reciprocities hit, on top of whatever he's got outstanding by then on these trade issues, it's going to be even more significant. So I think we're only digging into the very first skirmish of this trade war with Canada and Mexico and other nations around the world.
Well, certainly that is the signal, at least at this point. He is not suggesting he's taking his foot off the gas, but perhaps pressing it down harder as we barrel toward April in the laundry list, Jeannie, of tariffs he says he will be implementing next month. To Rick's point, though, on the idea that Donald Trump, the president, may be hedging here around the idea that, yes, we could actually see some economic impact from this. Do you think that's reflective of what he's seeing in the stock market, what economic data is suggesting? Is that a hint that he is paying attention to that?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt he's seen, just as we all have, what's happened in the markets the last 2 days. There was just a study out, Gen Z men of 14 points down in terms of support for what the president is doing in the last 43 days on inflation and the cost of living. So he is seeing all of these signs. The reality is, if he keeps this up, this is a self-inflicted wound. He may find himself as the first president to deliberately engineer a severe depression or recession in the United States. Normally, we see these things and they are not self-inflicted. And that is the question. Why is he so committed to this? What does he want to get out of it? And again, he's not telling American people, if we're going to feel pain, which we will if he keeps this up, to what end? What is the end of this? What does he want? Lowering of fentanyl coming across the border from Canada when it's already pretty much as low as it can go? That doesn't add up and it doesn't make any sense. So if he's just being a bully, that is not enough. So, there's so many questions here, and this is detrimental to the economy, to the market, and quite frankly, to the GOP if he keeps it up long term. Even as Rick says, he's right, he's not running again. But gosh, I hope he's not just going to destroy the economy because he doesn't care that he's not running again.
Well, what do you make of the mixed message between the president and the Commerce Secretary of the last 24 hours? Rick, Howard Lutnick has done, I believe, 4 broadcast interviews, essentially contradicting what Donald Trump is saying about tariffs. Is this a good cop, bad cop thing in our remaining minute?
Could be. They're very close. They talk all the time, from what I hear. And I think that Donald Trump probably is getting him to, lay down a message that either he can use in his negotiations with the heads of state that he's dealing with, or even try to keep the markets tame for the period of time that he's trying to figure out what he wants to do with these adjustments. So, yeah, I think it's a good tactic. I mean, everyone's talking about him today, and everyone was scratching their head last night. He's sort of keeping that going today with these changes. So stand by.
We always are. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature political panel. Thank you so much. And on that note, we are standing by for the beginning of the White House news conference with the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, slated to begin this hour. We'll see if we get some clarity from her, and we'll have more ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the green. Stocks are advancing on word that the Trump administration is considering a one-month delay for automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest right here on Balance of Power. We've got the S&P right now up 27, up by about 0.5%, 58.05 where we stand now. The Dow up 228, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 125, up by about 0.7%. The 10-year 4.27%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Gold up by about 0.1%, 29.16 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 66.17 a barrel, now down by 3.1%. Bitcoin, meanwhile, up 2%. 89,291 on Bitcoin. Abercrombie & Fitch shares are plunging by 12% as the retailer struggles to meet investors' lofty expectations. Again, recapping, S&P up now by 0.5%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street as we cover politics here in the nation's capital. Thanks for being with us on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. Unpacking Donald Trump's speech from last night, waiting potentially for news on tariffs today. And with regard to that, Kaylee, we've been talking so much about Canada and Mexico. China also has tariffs that are not getting that much debate, actually. Retaliatory tariffs have been announced from Beijing, and these appear to be here to stay. It's a completely separate conversation from the so-called drug war that we're hearing the administration describe with our two neighbors.
Although they do blame fentanyl for this as well, saying
That's
that
right.
they're not seeing enough progress from China on stemming the flow of the ingredients to places like Canada and Mexico, where it then crosses the border into the United States. And yes, 20% levies are intact. And there is no conversation, at least at this time, from the administration suggesting there may be a pullback or a rethinking of that, as we're hearing today about Mexico and Canada.
A rethink when it comes to fentanyl, a rethink when it comes to Taiwan, or maybe a rethink when it comes to cyber. Kaylee, there was a really important hearing that took place earlier today on Capitol Hill, the China Select Committee, in a hearing that would otherwise potentially be drowned out by so many of the other headlines that are happening here today. End the typhoons, the name of the hearing. How to deter Beijing's cyber actions and enhance America's lackluster cyber defenses. Salt typhoon, of course, what they're referring to here, and what is a concerted threat against America.
And we're lucky to be joined now by someone who is fresh off of testifying before the committee in that hearing. Laura Galante is with us. She is former director of the Cyber Threat Intelligence Integration Center and is here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Welcome to Balance of Power, Laura. It's nice to have you. Obviously, you already have answered a lot of questions today, but we have a few more for you, specifically when it comes to countering China specifically. What is the most effective way to do that? And does it actually involve having to play the game and hacking them right back? What would that look like?
You have to use the different levers of state power: diplomatic, military, sanctions, economic, punitive measures, in order to get across to China that we are not an acceptable target for hacking. Our critical infrastructure has been hacked, energy networks, transportation networks. This is offline. We should not be able to have American networks at risk, held at risk constantly by the Chinese military.
I want to hear more about our offensive capabilities, the extent to which you can talk about them. We hear about hacking back. We hear about, well, we could go turn the lights out if we wanted to. What is the United States actually capable of doing, having seen the offensive nature of China's posture against us?
The U.S. has long been postured aggressively to go after China's networks, right? Where there are hacks against the U.S., we need to be able to hold people to account, right? Cyber Command is one of those key agencies that's able to do that. Now, the question really happens when, or the question that we continue to grapple with here is now, how do we show China that it's unacceptable to go after critical infrastructure, and at the same time, we really need to be able to partner with other countries in the region who will help hold China to account as well.
Well, when we're considering partnerships, to what extent is this a public-driven effort versus having to partner with the private sector, especially, Laura, considering what we're seeing in the federal government right now with now with the culling of the workforce in many areas. I know you have some concerns about the impact that is going to have on our cyber capabilities in particular. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, we're really worried that the level of talent that you have in the federal government, particularly technical talent that's been recruited from the outside, if those folks leave or if those folks are pushed out, that's a real hit on America's cybersecurity actions. And here's why. Our networks in the US are overwhelmingly private networks, right? Our water systems, our energy systems, these are run by private companies or utilities. We need people who can take that information about what adversaries are doing and push it out to the front lines of the folks who are able to protect those networks.
China left a lot of breadcrumbs in Salt Typhoon. Do we have a handle on the bugs, if you will, that are in our system if they infiltrated utilities, water treatment systems, and so forth? What are they doing in there, and how do we get them out?
Look, Salt Typhoon, which back in January, a Treasury action showed that this was the Ministry of State Security, the intel guys in China, who went and hacked over 9 U.S. telecommunications providers, right? That gives core access to Americans' user data, to Americans' information. That's a huge espionage operation and a big win for China. The other big problem on this digital breadcrumbs is where the Chinese military has put pre-positioned access, sort of open doors, sleeper cells, into U.S. infrastructure that could cause chaos and really sow a level of doubt in people's basic ability to go about their day.
Are we still vulnerable, or can we get these open doors closed?
We're still vulnerable. I mean, this is one of the really hard challenges that we have here, and the asymmetry of the U.S. is a really digitally connected place, right? And in some sense here, we've got to really push better cyber defense and cybersecurity on the water plants, on the energy plants that are sitting there as the front line between nation-state adversaries and the American people.
Well, and when we're thinking about nation-state adversaries, obviously concerns around that go beyond China, thinking specifically of Russia here, especially in light of the mixed reporting we have gotten about the Pentagon and Cybercom potentially ceasing operations when it comes to Russian cyber activity. Specifically, how concerned are you about that? What would that actually do to our ability to counter threats like this or gather intelligence even?
Russia's a core adversary in cyberspace for the U.S. If we stop planning operations, if we stop any of the muscle memory that goes into building packages that are able to target and counter aggressive Russian activity against the U.S., that'll really put us behind. And it's that constant ability to understand how Russian activity goes at U.S. networks that we've got to keep our eyes on and really keep people focused on in the government if we're going to win this domain.
Could we wage a cyber war? Do we have the tools that would be required to do this in a real sense?
The U.S. has the preeminent capability in this space, but Russia,
we're careful
China,
about using it.
We're careful about using it. We follow the rule of law. Like that is what sets us apart from authoritarian regimes in Russia and China. And that's a core difference on how we're operating in this space.
Well, at least how we've been operating in the space. Do you sense that there's going to be a shift in this kind of cyber policy from this administration? Have they actually articulated the way in which they're approaching threats like these? We certainly didn't hear anything about cyber or even artificial intelligence, for that matter, in President Trump's address last night.
I think that's the right question. One of the huge issues that we've collectively been grappling with for years now that I am curious to see how this administration takes on are ransomware actors. These are criminal groups almost always based in Russia, and they're holding American hospitals hostage through their network security practices. We've had ambulances diverted from ransomware attacks. Are these folks going to have consequences pushed against them in Russia? That's a big question and really critical for Americans.
I want to know about your experience today. You were called to testify on Capitol Hill in front of a very important committee that is taking the time to get into this, I think we've already established, very important story. Do these lawmakers know what questions to ask? Are they read in? Do they understand the threat?
I think the Hill understands that the level of espionage and attack capabilities that China wages against the U.S. is a really critical issue. The question is if we're going to really get serious about hardening our defenses. This is an offense game and a defense game, right? Are we going to put in place minimums? Are we going to put in place standards in certain critical industries so that we've got safer services that defend against the types of cyber attacks that we've been talking about.
Would that mean, though, providing resources for those in the private sector to fortify those defenses? Because certainly that's not without cost.
In certain cases, definitely. Water sector is a great example here. There's 50,000 different municipalities that have a touch on your water. These are not well-funded cybersecurity programs for the most part, right? How do we make sure that we get that funding, but also really that sense of priority that the devices that are being used to control the water tank in your county are actually protected?
So what's the follow-on here? Is it legislation, or is this a fact-finding mission that leads to more hearings?
I think the question is, how do you hold China account? And that's very much at the forefront of how legislators are thinking right now. Can we get more serious with non-cyber means, diplomatic, et cetera, to be able to hold China to account for what they've done in cyberspace? And it's that pairing that's really the question at hand right now.
Well, and that obviously goes immediately in my mind to tariffs, as we're seeing this administration now basically saying that they're using tariffs as a negotiating tactic to extract behavioral changes they want to see. Right now, they're talking about fentanyl production specifically, but could this also tread potentially into that realm, cyber?
I think grouping in the Volt Typhoon, which are the critical infrastructure accesses that the Chinese have, would be one way to say this is the unacceptable behavior that we're seeing out of China, and linking it to something that China's already starting to feel.
When you look at this administration versus the Biden administration, which I believe you work for, when it comes to the approach to cyber, a cohesive policy, is there any difference between the two?
Look, holding cyber adversaries to account has been the core and central policy now for multiple administrations. How you do it is the hard part. And the other piece that's so tough in the US is because cybersecurity has been neglected from just a baseline standpoint at so many companies and in so many sectors, we are incredibly vulnerable. And the more we throw out there, the more we worry about retaliation as well. We have to up our own defensive game.
Just finally, Laura, on the subject of vulnerability, have you seen Zero Day, this new Netflix show? Is that a real possibility? I mean, this is a funny question because the show freaks me out, but the idea that you can take out basically all transit infrastructure, cause like a blackout nationwide, is that actually something that in the worst case scenario could happen to this country?
All right, I haven't seen a lot of Netflix, but I will tell recently, but I will tell you that back in 2017, there was a cyber attack that the Russians waged on Ukraine that took down the ports, that took down the banks, that took down a wide variety of society and really ground everything to a halt. How'd they get in? The TurboTax version in Ukraine was the way that they were able to pass that piece of malware in. So look, widespread effects have happened before, and we really need to make sure we've got secure systems so it doesn't happen again.
It sounds like a yes, Kaylee.
Yeah, I'm not sure that makes me feel better.
I thought for sure you were going to tell us you were a technical consultant on that program. Laura Galante, what a treat to have you with us. Thank you for coming to answer our questions straight from the hearing room. Former director of the Cyber Threat Intelligence Integration Center. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Glad you're with us here on Balance of Power. We do have a White House briefing that's underway. We're keeping an ear on that for you for any clues into what happens next with tariffs. If you're watching Truth Social, apparently a call with Justin Trudeau. President Trump didn't go all that well, Kaylee. It looks like these tariffs are here to stay, at least for now.
Yeah, and the press secretary just confirming reciprocal tariffs are still set to go into effect on April 2nd, though she also did say that President Trump has spoken to the big three automakers. We'll have more on this ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Driving forward on a gray day in the nation's capital, a rainy day with a bit of a hangover after the longest address to a joint session of Congress in recorded history. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for joining us on Bloomberg TV, on Bloomberg Radio, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Markets, Kaylee, are feeling a lot more chipper than they were around this time yesterday with another deep dive. We had a couple of them this week in a row on, of course, the fit over tariffs against Canada and Mexico, a story that has been just updated today.
Yeah, confirmed by the White House press secretary, who is briefing the press right now. Caroline Leavitt says the White House will be giving a 1-month exemption for cars on those Canada and Mexican tariffs through the USMCA trade agreement. This tracks with Bloomberg's earlier reporting that they were considering this, and the press secretary also confirmed that this comes after President Trump spoke with the heads of the big 3 U.S. automakers.
That's right. We're keeping tabs on a White House news briefing that's underway right now, and if they add an event at the White House, of course, we'll bring you there earlier. We're keying off of not only the words of the press secretary, but the president on Truth Social, and of course, the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, earlier today here on Bloomberg. And we want to add the voice of Senator Shelley Moore Capito, the Republican from West Virginia, is with us right now, only hours after leaving the chamber on the House side following the speech last night. With us live from Capitol Hill. Senator, it's great to see you. Welcome back. Do you have a sense of Donald Trump's policies when it comes to tariffs? Because they seem to be changing moment to moment, and it's been giving the market a bit of agita here. Do you know what the president wants to do with Canada and Mexico specifically?
Well, I think I take my clue off what the president said last night and has said consistently, that he feels, and I think the American worker feels, that we've been disadvantaged in some ways in terms of tariffs and reciprocal tariffs, both with Canada and Mexico, and also his great concern over the flow of fentanyl. Obviously, I live in a state that has had great impacts on my state as having some of the highest amount of fatalities on overdoses from fentanyl. And so I think he's been very clear on that. I think where he still leaves himself wiggle room, and I think it's smart, we know he's a negotiator, is to use these tariffs as leverage points to either get more folks on the border, more law enforcement to prevent fentanyl, more fair reciprocal trade going across the border. And that's why I think you see the fluidity that you see over the last several days as to where everything's going to land.
Well, the president last night, Senator, did say that there may be some disturbance because of these tariffs, but that he's okay with that at least. Should West Virginians be okay with any kind of economic disturbance that may result from these policies? What should they be willing to tolerate?
Well, I think what the president knows and what I know from the last election is while the border played an enormous role, there's a debate whether the economy played a bigger role in what the voters decided that they wanted. Inflation was killing regular Americans at the grocery store. So I think if there is a very sensitive spot for every American, it's how much they're paying for regular goods and services. And so if the tariffs come in, and when they come in, and we see dramatic raises in whatever, energy prices or whatever it could be, food prices, you're going to hear a pretty loud outcry because it's just going to be compiling on top of what we already saw during the Biden administration. And so I think that's what the president was trying to say. Be patient, things will settle back down. And in the long run, I think he feels that will bring prices down and our dollars will go a lot farther. But I think he also left himself some wiggle room here to make sure that he can make adjustments and in speaking with their governors or even talking to renegotiating the USMCA. So I think, he asked for patience. I would say patience would be good in this instance, but our patience are going to run thin if prices really become the big pivot point here rather quickly.
That's interesting. I wonder how much patience you have for the Doge with some of the approaches that they're taking, Senator. A Doge team reportedly visiting the U.S. Treasury Department facility in Parkersburg in your home state. Do you worry about their access and the protection of personal information?
I think what they are doing is, in these cases, they are using the professionals. They're going into the Bureau of Fiscal Service and other things, using the professionals who are able to have the security clearances to go into the data, to find the data that they're looking for. So I'm really less worried about the personal, private information that might be corrupted here. I don't think that's the big issue. I think the issue is in Parkersburg, for instance, we lost 100 jobs. That's a big hit to a small community. And so there were probationary employees. It's yet to be seen what's going to happen with them. But honestly, we just had lunch and Elon Musk was there. And if you listen to him logically talk about some of the waste, fraud, and abuse that they found in systems such as Social Security, where 15 people are getting paid off the same number, or 15 checks are being sent off the same number, things that make total common sense, this is where I think DOGE has been extremely helpful and will continue to be, and even more so.
Senator, finally, as you sit on the Appropriations Committee, keeping in mind we are now less than 10 days out from a potential government shutdown, where is progress, or is there progress toward a deal to avert that? Will there be enough Democrats in your chamber to make sure the lights stay on?
Well, I think what's going to happen here is the House is going to pass something early in the week, a continuing resolution, it sounds like, to the end of the year. I think that if the Democrats here in the Senate do not join us as Republicans to pass something along that nature, they will be shutting down the government. And I think we know that's a road to nowhere, a disservice to every American. We've kind of been down this road before. It doesn't achieve anything. So I'm hoping we can get consensus, enough Democrats to work together, so by the end of the week we're up and running. If it's just for a couple of weeks, but I hope it's to the end of the year. We should have dealt with this last year, but Senator Schumer did not even pick up one of our appropriations bills that we passed last year.
All right, Senator, thank you so much for your time. Joining us live from Capitol Hill, Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia, as we deal with some breaking news on tariffs. The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has confirmed that the president is going to put into place a one-month pause on auto tariffs, specifically when it pertains to Canada and Mexico. She also says that President Trump is open to hearing about additional exemptions, maybe just adding layers of uncertainty to what is already pretty uncertain policy. And we want to get more on that now with Larry Summers, the former U.S. Treasury Secretary and Harvard University President Emeritus, who is here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Mr. Secretary, it's great to have you, and thanks very much for your patience with us as we work through all of this news. Obviously, and you've spoken about this at length with our colleague David Weston, there is economic impact of tariffs to consider, but what about the potential economic toll when it comes to business investment and activity on the part of consumers, of just a lack of certainty around what these policies actually look like? Is implementing them and pulling them back just as damaging potentially as leaving them intact?
Look, it's all there. These tariffs are a self-inflicted supply shock wound. Higher prices, less competitiveness because businesses are having to pay more for all their inputs, and because they have to pay higher prices, less purchasing power for consumers, which means fewer jobs down the road. So these are like an oil price shock. They're just all bad for the economy. And they're probably like, they probably were like an oil price shock of $40 a barrel in terms of what was being done to Mexico and Canada. And now with these changes, maybe it's only $25 or $30 a barrel. But it's still clear, big, and bad. That's why before they started saying they were going to take the tariffs off, almost $2 trillion of stock market wealth had been destroyed in a matter of 2 days. Now nobody knows quite what's going to happen, but why would you make an important investment decision amidst all of this uncertainty? If you were thinking about buying a new car or buying a new house, wouldn't you wait? And when everybody waits, the economy slows down, and that's why the risk of recession, which everybody thought was extremely unlikely on January 20th, is now seen by many, many people as a real and serious risk for some time this year. So I think we're doing real damage to the economy. It's not just a short-run thing. Inflation expectations for the long term, for 5 or 10 years, are higher than they've been in a very long time, according to the Michigan survey. You know, I heard the president talk about a little disturbance, and I heard the senator talk about that. A little disturbance that we'll work through, and then it will be good. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like transitory inflation. Transitory inflation didn't work out very well for the people who used that term in 2021 and 2022. It didn't work out very well for the Biden administration. It didn't work out very well for the Fed. And I don't think talking about how inflation is transitory is going to work out very well for the Trump administration either. So I hope they'll respond to the market signals, and that they'll find a way to save face, and they'll back off all of this stuff. That would be what would be best for the country. But I really do worry about the sense that we're becoming, the president calls this CEO, calls that CEO, that we're becoming a bit of a crony capitalism kind of country. When you see that the Doge seems to be talking about recontracting things towards the Starlink company, when you see that law firms that represented parties adverse to the president are having all their clients penalized across the administration, this is the Argentine way, not the American way. And I think there's a substantial risk that it'll have costs. And what's really sad to me about all this is there's a lot of truth in things that the president's trying to do. There is waste in the way the federal government does technology, and it should be fixed by people with more expertise than long-term government employees. There have been huge problems in the way we have protected our borders. We've emphasized too much things other than excellence in hiring workers for too long. We've had too much regulation that has slowed things down too much and made it expensive to build things. Sometimes other countries have taken advantage of the United States. And so there are impulses here that are right. But if you do things too impulsively, too quickly, too carelessly, and with too many conflicts of interest where the people who are advising you are also the people who are profiting from you, then I think you're taking big risks with our economic system.
Well, so, Mr. Secretary, you just said a lot that we can unpack here. When it comes to tariffs, we read you. What will be the economic impact of the Doge? Because that's bringing an enormous amount of confusion as well. Hesitancy to hire is the headline on the ADP jobs report today. Elon Musk is on Capitol Hill meeting with members of the House and Senate right now, presumably to connect the dots between what the Doge is finding and some form of legislation that will be leading its way to a budget. But the fog that's coming from Doge with the wall of receipts, some of the claims that have not turned out to be true, the gutting of the IRS, means what for our economy?
I think it means more chaos, higher prices, and probably next to no progress on the government deficit. Look, the IRS needs more workers, not fewer. In one recent 3-year period, there were 100 people who had incomes over $10 million who didn't even get their returns audited in any way when they didn't file any return at all. So, yeah, we got to work on the IRS. But when we go cutting the air traffic safety systems, when we go slashing thousands of people whose job it is to enforce the tax law and to man the helplines, and we do it on an impulse and a few hours study by a person with no past experience in government, gee, I think that's dangerous. And that's the American part of it for the economy. That's probably what's most important to Americans. I have to say that when I read that the United States has for decades, since President Bush, who was certainly no fiery liberal, put in place a program to build goodwill for the United States by providing medicines for AIDS and other diseases that has saved millions of lives, saved more than 1 million lives per year. When I see that medicine from that program has just been ruthlessly cut off, despite congressional approval, with no protection or careful thought, and that people are dying because the United States just decided to go do a bunch of experiments like it was a business being restructured, that scares me. So I think this is going to be pretty serious for our economy. And look, President Trump is someone who has, in the past at least, always, when the stock market went up, he was always linking it to what he did. And we couldn't have had clearer evidence over the last couple days that when he's pursuing the policies about which he's enthusiastic, the market is plummeting. And when he's reversing course, the market is rallying.
Yeah.
And I hope that'll be a lesson on many aspects of the broad approach.
Well, it also is creating an interesting split screen, Mr. Secretary, because as we have the conversation here about the rattling of U.S. equity markets, everything you just talked about in terms of what potentially could be happening in the U.S. economy, you are seeing a flood of capital into Europe as Germany is now signaling they're going to have a whatever it takes approach to increase spending. We've seen a flood into European equities, obviously massive action in the bond market today. Is this the end potentially of U.S. exceptionalism?
I think it would be premature to say on the basis of anything that happened in a few days or even a few weeks that it was the end of U.S. exceptionalism. But I will say this, I think the broad approach we are taking to the rest of the world represents the biggest threat to the U.S. dollar's role as the central currency in the world economy that we've had in the last 5 decades. And if I were still sitting at the Treasury Department, I would be terrified about the consequences of the kind of rhetoric that the president is engaging in vis-a-vis other countries. I would be alarmed by the way in which China and Europe were being magnets for capital as people rushed out of dollars, were increasingly allying with each other because they had both been alienated from us. And knowing that I was going to have trillions and trillions of dollars that I had to place, and that I was part of an administration that was going to raise substantially the scale of the national debt with these new ideas like not taxing overtime or not taxing tips and extending the tax cuts for businesses and the wealthy in a massive way, so that we were looking at budget deficits that could easily exceed $2 trillion a year. I had to place all that debt when the president was calling out and yelling and complaining about all the countries that were traditionally the biggest buyers of the debt. And the president was saying that anything was legal as long as it was working for the survival of the country, and he wanted to do it. I'd be hugely alarmed about the role of the dollar in our system. And I'd be doing everything I could to try to persuade the president to change course. In fairness, I wouldn't be doing it publicly. I'd be doing it behind closed doors. But we have a Treasury Secretary whose principal comment on the president has been to suggest that he should win a Nobel Prize for his appeasement of President Putin. So I think we have a really serious set of issues that may loom. There's time to change. There's time to change course. There's time to eliminate these kinds of tariffs. There's time to try to draw on the expertise in the Doge in more responsible ways. And if that happens, I think things could work out well. But gosh, we're looking at some risks and uncertainties of a kind we haven't seen before. You know, Wall Street, as you know better than I, because you report on it all the time, has this thing, the VIX, the so-called fear gauge. It went up by almost 50% in a matter of a couple days because of the things that were being said. So I just hope that we can all take a deep breath, that we can recognize that there are plenty of real problems that need to be addressed, and that the president in his campaign identified some important directions in which our country and its economy could be made better. But God, the way we're going about it is something that seems very scary to me.
That VIX is down today, but still holding above 22. Larry, it's really great to have you with us here on Balance of Power. We do appreciate the conversation. The former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, of course, Harvard University President Emeritus, with his insights on tariffs, tax cuts, and a lot more today in a live conversation on Bloomberg TV and radio. That does it for us. For now, Kaylee, we'll meet you back here 5 o'clock. Probably a lot more news as well.
Yep. So we'll see you on the late edition of Balance of Power. In the meantime, we hand things off to New York, rather. Carol and Tim, and Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
All right, we gladly take it. Guys, thank you so much. Great conversation, folks. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. We are live on television, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Carol Massar, along with Tim Stenovic, on another busy day, certainly in the Bloomberg universe, in the U.S. universe, global universe, to be quite sure. Having said that, we've got a lot going on. In fact, we've got beige book headlines crossing as we speak.
Yeah, the Fed saying that U.S. economic activity rose slightly since mid-January. The Fed also saying that employment slightly higher on balance. Districts mixed. Wages rose at modest to moderate pace, and prices, Carol, up moderately.
All right, we are going to talk about this in just a moment. We have seen a day where stocks have moved up. A lot of it has to do with tariffs on, tariffs off in terms of today's trade. Certainly on the U.S. equity side, we've seen, as I mentioned, stocks up pretty much near their highs of the session, and we've got yields also moving up today. So we're going to talk about the economy, stupid, because not you, not everyone, but just making sense of tariffs, inflation, jobs data that we got today, and those Fed beige book headlines. We want to kind of get to what is at the heart of the U.S. economy.
Yeah, plus another day, another narrative around U.S. tariffs. We're going to have the latest, as you mentioned, Carol, and Tesla shares. They've been tanking this year. Today, there are a flurry of concerning headlines. Also a story on what the EV maker hopes will kick sales into high gear.
Yep, and all the talk about Greenland. Why, and why an upcoming election may mean a lot about global security. All right, all that to come, plus an update on the markets. Let's get to that as we speak.
There he is, Charlie Pellet, standing by.
Hey, Charlie. Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Let's recap, reset in terms of what is happening in the markets right now. We do have the White House exempting automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada for 1 month, following pleas from industry leaders. Bottom line here, equities higher, just one of a number of factors, though, contributing to today's gains. S&P bouncing back by 54 points, 58.32, where we stand now, up by about 0.9%. The Dow up 433, up by 1%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 211 right now, up by 1.2%. To be sure, best level of the day on the S&P, up by 1%, again higher by 55 points. The 10-year 4.27%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.97%. Spot gold, little change now, $29.18 the ounce, up 50 cents. West Texas Intermediate crude, major story with what's happening with crude today, selling off a barrel of WTI, $66.39, down 2.7%. Brent, the global benchmark, down 2.3%, $69.38 on Brent crude. Bitcoin right now up 2.8%, 89,974 on Bitcoin. Earnings news briefly. Abercrombie & Fitch after earnings plunging now by 10.8%. Foot Locker after earnings up by 4.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, let's get to it. Let's get more on those Fed Beige Book headlines that just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. We also had a ADP jobs report earlier today, showed a slowdown in the U.S. labor market. So rolling it all together, as we like to do, with our Mike McKee. He's Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent right here in studio. Yes?
I'm smiling because I'm reading the summary of the Beige Book, and if there were three words that would describe the Trump administration policies right now, I think they would be tariffs, immigration, and eggs. All three make it into the Beige Book.
Seriously.
You mentioned overall activity rising slightly. That's sort of the headline word, with 6 districts reporting no change, 4 reporting modest or moderate growth, and 2 noting slight contractions. Consumer spending lower on balance. We've seen some data to that effect, although they do attribute a little bit of it to unusually bad weather. Manufacturing, slight to modest increases, but the part that caught my eye was some contacts in the construction sector expressed nervousness around the impact of potential tariffs on the price of lumber and other materials. So that does make it into the comments that businesses are giving to the Fed. Labor markets slightly higher on balance. Many districts citing job growth in healthcare and finance, which is unusual because today we saw ADP report big decline in healthcare hiring. So not sure what sense that makes. Contacts in multiple districts also said rising uncertainty over immigration and other matters influencing current and future labor demand. So
those are sentiment kind of things, right?
Yeah, well, this is basically sort of the anecdotal backup to the statistics. And then we just talk about prices increasing moderately in most districts. Many districts noted that higher prices for eggs and other food ingredients were impacting food processors and restaurants. So people are, all these things that we laugh about, people are feeling out there.
I have to say, I didn't even know, because I know people here at work have said $12 to $13 a dozen. I said, honey, what are we paying for eggs? He's like, $7 a dozen.
Oh, I got to come to New Jersey, get my eggs, I guess.
They're on sale.
I guess that's what
I got 18 for $8 about a week ago.
Sounds like a Wegmans deal. That's what I hear.
A dozen and a half?
No, I hear 18 at Wegmans is the way to go. But
well, you grab 18 when you can.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Mike, speaking of eggs, I do see it mentioned 4 times in the Beige Book, in this current Beige Book. When you see something like that, give us some context as to like when the surveys were taken so we can have an understanding of timing, because a lot has changed in a very short time.
Well, the Fed puts basically surveys the in-between period, the period in between meetings, and in this case, what they're saying is the report was information on or before February 24th, and that was right at the height of the "there are no eggs" concerns. So it's relatively timely here. The thing about eggs, of course, is that it's because of bird flu. Right. So interest rates aren't going to fix that problem one way or another, but it does show the psyche of what people are thinking.
Interest rates aren't going to fix lumber prices either.
No. Although they could have an effect on housing, but they're not going to make lumber any cheaper. And that was one of the things when I was down at the NABE, National Association for Business Economics meeting on Monday. People were talking about commodity prices going up, particularly lumber, because there was a whole session on how do we ease the crisis in housing. Right. And the concerns were that you need to build more homes, but if the price is going up a lot, then people aren't going to be buying them anyway, even if interest rates come down.
Right. If you build them, they won't come if they're unaffordable. Right. Yeah. Hey, listen, one thing I want to ask you before we get into kind of a bigger story about the U.S. economy is the ADP jobs report. Hiring at U.S. companies slowing in February, the lowest pace since July. What do we need to know?
It's a kind of a weird report. We don't know exactly whether, you never know with ADP whether it is giving you a good read or not. But the interesting things about it were that we've heard bad things about manufacturing, and manufacturing gained 18,000 jobs. We haven't seen anything like that in a long time. How bad was the weather? Everybody talks about the weather effects on all the data. Well, construction went up by 26,000 jobs. How does this happen? Service industries were the weak part of the report instead of the manufacturing side. As I said, health and education, which is usually the biggest job creator in the country, lost a lot of jobs. So I'm not sure how much stock people are going to put in ADP this month.
Does it? Well, I mean, I guess we'll find out on Friday if it actually gave us some sort of read through to Friday.
Yeah.
Does it? Can it?
It usually does not. Sometimes it gives you a direction, but the magnitudes are never anything near, and they claim we're not supposed to be predicting. This is just what ADP found.
All right, so we've talked to you about the recent flow of U.S. data, and we've talked about weakness, consumer sentiment, consumer spending. We did talk about the U.S. Manufacturing data that was recently weak. It's also a topic that came up this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. They hosted the U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. We wanted to play a little bit of the conversation between the Secretary and Surveillance co-host Jonathan Farrow on the recent signs of a U.S. slowdown. So listen up, everybody.
You're looking at data that's Biden data. Do not try to besmirch my President Trump with Biden's nonsense.
You think the ISM manufacturing number is Biden data? I just want to be very clear. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. You think that's his data and not yours?
Of course, it's my opinion.
Okay.
What possible could change? Seriously, we are in early March. My president took over January 20th. You think economic data coming out in early March is Donald Trump related data?
Monthly survey data?
You gotta be kidding me.
Mr. Secretary,
Stop it. Stop it.
All right, of course, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick with Bloomberg's Jonathan Farrow earlier on Bloomberg Surveillance. So the Biden economy versus the Trump economy, is the Commerce Secretary fair to say that this isn't yet indicative of policies coming out of the Trump White House?
Yeah, give Howard credit on one side and ding him on the other side, because it is largely still the Biden economy. Trump only took over on the 20th of January, and the data we're getting is largely from January, although the ISM numbers that we got this week are for February, and he was president during February. But the part where Secretary Lutnick is completely wrong is that Biden, when he says Biden left us a mess of an economy, the economy was very strong. So, it's politics.
Everything is politics, Mike. It seems like.
And politics is applesauce. I think that was Will Rogers.
but let's try to cut through that a little bit. Is there a certain point with certain data where this can become Trump's economy? Like, when can we start saying that?
It's really psychological. It's when do voters start associating the president with the economy? There's always a debate when we do those tables that say, how many jobs were created under the Biden administration versus the Trump administration versus the Bush administration, because they take over on the 20th of January. So and the survey for January payrolls is taken before that. So there's always an argument. Well, do you include January in the previous presidents, or you just start with a calendar year, whatever? None of that really matters. Once you get to the February data, which we're getting into now, you can argue that's the current president because he's the president. But the thing is, presidents always get credit for things that go right in the economy, even though they probably had very little to do with it. And conversely, they get the blame for things that go badly, even if they had nothing to do with it.
There's also lags in policy, so there can be policy from a previous president that you don't really see the results of.
That's the little bit the harder thing.
Yeah.
When a lot of presidents pass some measures to increase hiring during their terms, and then you see a bump in hiring, and that you can definitely attribute to them. But it's really a vibe, to use a word that people have used a lot about the economy these days.
Inflation. I know we've talked about it ad nauseum with you, but I want to go back there, because regarding the inflation during the Biden economy, exactly what caused it and why it's still been sticky. Because I think there is a blame game that goes around. There was a lot of money sloshing around coming off the pandemic, and had a lot of money chasing stuff that certainly put pressure, and there were supply chains disrupted. Is that, so help me understand, when we're kind of finger pointing when it comes to inflation today, Who's responsible, and what really gets us out of it?
Probably the people who are responsible are the people who are sitting in the C-suites of companies deciding what to charge. Because at this point, yes, we had a lot of extra money go into the economy, and yes, we had massive supply chain disruptions. And the literature, the economic literature studies basically put most of the blame on the supply chain disruptions, which caused companies to raise prices. But this is an argument about supply versus demand that is going to go on and on and on. Both sides have arguments to make. But we've gotten down to the 3% level, and it's that last mile that's very difficult. And that's because we have some unusual or individual categories that may have a bigger weight than others, like used cars and certainly housing, that have not performed as you would expect. You would think that house prices would go down, but because we had this unusual period of very low interest rates, and everybody locked in at low interest rates, and they don't want to sell. And then you've got a problem with not enough new homes being built because there's a lot of problems at the local level of zoning and things like that. So all these things contribute, and it's not something that the president, put it that way, or the Fed chairman can solve.
Well, the president, those policies, many would argue, can affect the inflationary environment. Tariffs, for example. You do have some economists coming out, many economists saying that tariffs on goods from Canada and from Mexico and China would
John
be
Williams
inflationary.
yesterday, the New York Fed president.
Who did he say that to, Mike McKee? Was that you? You said that to?
Somebody I know. Really good-looking guy.
Modest, too.
Well, tariffs are inflationary. We know that. The question is, do they just push up price levels once, or do they keep going up? And that was the point that Williams was making, is we know that the price level will rise, but we don't know whether it will continue, because Trump has talked about so many different tariffs coming on at many different times that if that happens, then you could have an inflation problem, and then you might get an inflation psychology where companies are saying, well, I keep having to pay more, so I'm going to raise my prices to meet this. If it's a one-time move, maybe they don't. So that's the hard part about knowing whether this is going to contribute or not. It'll contribute something, but is it something that really underpins inflation going forward?
All right. Great stuff. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And should point out, if you missed the John Williams conversation with Mike yesterday from Bloomberg Invest, worth checking it out. It's on the Bloomberg terminal. It's also at Bloomberg.com. Some really great views in terms of the U.S. economy and Fed policy. Thank you, Mike. Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee right here in studio.
Hey, we're seeing some buying happening this afternoon. The S&P 500 up 1.3%. The Dow up 1.3% as well. The NASDAQ up 1.6%.
At our highs, it looks like. Hey, why are we all of a sudden talking about Greenland so much? Why is the president talking about it? And why is an upcoming election in Greenland so important? We tackle that next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher. President Trump exempting automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada for 1 month. This, according to the White House, is a temporary reprieve following pleas from industry leaders. That news helping send stocks higher. We're just off session highs, but right now we have got the S&P 500 index climbing by 68 points. That is a gain of 1.2%. The S&P now at 58.46. The Dow up 537, 43,059. For the Dow, a gain now of 1.3%, while NASDAQ is up 273 points, up by 1.5%. The 10-year at 4.27%. The 2-year 3.98%. Spot gold, little change now, $29.18 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 3%, $66.21 a barrel. And Bitcoin is up 2.5%, $89,703 on Bitcoin. Walt Disney is eliminating roughly 200 jobs across its ABC and entertainment TV networks. This, according to an internal memo. The majority of the cuts affect the ABC News division in New York. According to the memo, production units, including ABC News Studios, 2020, and Nightline, will be consolidated. Again, recapping, stocks pushing higher, very close to session highs. Right now, looking at a gain of 1.2%. For our on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. Greenland. It was mentioned last night during President Trump's, address to the joint session of Congress. Not, of course, the first time that he has talked about it and about gaining control of the territory. This vast, isolated land finds itself thrust into the middle of the global security debate. This as Greenland faces another election, and one that, again, as it has for virtually every election for almost half a century, is about seeking and promising independence from Denmark.
And yet, this year, because of the interest by the U.S. president, independence takes on much more importance. We decided it was time to really dig into the history of Greenland and understand more about why we're talking about it so much. To do that, we head to Berlin and to Bloomberg Businessweek Europe editor David Rocks. David, Greenland, why are we talking about it so much?
Well, because of Trump. I mean, nobody had thought much about Greenland other than Greenlanders, of course, for, the better part of 50 years. And all of a sudden, Trump started talking about it, in his first term a little bit, but more recently in the past 6 months or so. And everybody wants to know what's going on in Greenland.
Well, and I have to say, I think it's fair to say, David, that everybody's like, Greenland, country, territory, who owns it, who oversees it? Like, what's the political history that we need to kind of understand about Greenland and really right now and for the last 300 years, its relationship with Denmark?
So it's a territory. It is not a country. It is controlled by Denmark. It has been for about 3 centuries since some Danish missionaries moved in there, about 300 years ago. But they've been relatively independent. In 79, they were given control of some domestic issues, and then since 2009, they've had the right to oversee almost everything except for defense and foreign policy. Although they don't actually do everything that they have the right to do, because there's only like 50,000 people there, right?
Yeah, it's a very sparsely inhabited place. In recent years, though, Greenland's relationship with Denmark has really become strained. Why is that? Well, because people in Greenland feel that they don't get the respect that they deserve. There's still reports of some degree of kind of Danish people looking down at Greenlanders, and there's been fairly recent reports of things like forced sterilization and putting Greenland kids into schools that they, taken away from their families and putting into boarding schools. The whole kind of things that have happened in the U.S. and Canada to native populations have happened in Greenland. And so people there are not super happy with Denmark. There's a question about independence, and there's also certainly the U.S. question. How, in the upcoming election, what's the conversation happening about independence, and how has it taken on sort of a new importance given what we've heard from President Trump?
Well, all right. So
I guess it's virtually certain that the winner of the election will be a pro-independence party because all of the major parties are pro-independence. So there's gonna be a pro-independence party, whoever it is, running the place after the election on March 11th. But that said, the population generally is pro-independence, but they're not pro being taken over by the U.S. They want to be Greenlanders.
All right, so let's roll in the U.S. aspect. The U.S. has had military base or a military base there, right? So there has been a
certainly since the 70s, 80s, when I was growing up, it was a big deal back then. You know, I can't remember exactly when it started, but it's been around for a long time, decades and decades. And it's what it is it's a place where there's a lot of technological infrastructure, radar and things like that, you know, back when we were really worried about the Soviets, you know, sending missiles across, Greenland was going to be the place where they would be spotted first, as it were, Greenland and northern Canada.
Well, and I have to say, all of us talking about Greenland has made us roll out our maps or, you know, pull them up on our phones. Having said that, so why did we did this in the introduction about the importance of the outcome of this election and why it means so much for global national security. So play off of kind of, you know, where Greenland is and why it is maybe such a necessary territory, or at least that's why President Trump says the U.S. should have it.
Yeah, I mean, necessary territory for the U.S., I'd say that's highly questionable, but a strategic location, no doubt. Greenland is it sits kind of right between the Arctic and the North Atlantic. It's a place where, you know, if Russian warships wanted to head toward the U.S., I guess they'd probably have to go past Greenland, you know. And will that ever happen? Highly unlikely, but that is a consideration. But then also there's a lot of mineral wealth there. And so it's not just sort of, you know, security in the way that, you know, we want to protect ourselves from whatever our perceived enemies might be, but rather, you know, to have access to the kind of mineral wealth, particularly rare earths and things like that are needed for electric cars.
So we have strategic shipping routes, an importance when it comes to defense from a United States perspective, and then the minerals that you mentioned. David, realistically, is Greenland becoming part of the United States something that could even happen?
You don't want to listen to me predict what's going to happen, because I never would have predicted that we'd be where we are right now. But, you know, Greenlanders don't want it. They want independence. They don't want to be Americans. And what independence would look like is not something that they particularly want to say. You know, a lot of people there think, well, okay, we want to be independent, but we want to still have close ties to Denmark. So, you know, will it happen? You know, a fully independent Greenland, let's just say, would be far more susceptible to U.S. influence than a Greenland that sits under Denmark, which some people in Greenland actually recognize or would say.
David, I am curious too about what Denmark says in all of this, or what they've continued to say, and the importance of, they obviously provide financial support to Greenland. Can Greenland support on its own, survive on its own, exist on its own without some kind of financial support from someone?
I mean, certainly right now it would not appear that they can. I mean, you know, the economy is, the vast majority of economic output is basically fishing, right? And so they don't have a particularly strong or dynamic economy. They've got a lot of mineral wealth. They sit in a place, you know, people sort of want to control them, but it doesn't create a lot of cash flow right now. So yeah, Denmark subsidizes Greenland to a huge extent. Denmark has, you know, over the decades, they've been pretty anti the idea of independence. But the political leadership in Denmark is starting to come around to, okay, maybe we can sort of create some sort of middle ground, more independent than they are now, but we want to be the country that helps support them. We don't want them to become part of the U.S.
So what you're saying is the end game here could be, in effect, really good for Greenland because they're getting so much attention, and perhaps they're getting the attention of Denmark?
Yeah, the chances are they'll get more attention from Denmark and, by extension, the rest of Europe. But that said, they're getting a lot of attention, but it may not really be the attention they really, really want.
One thing I am curious too, because we are talking a lot lately, certainly with this administration, about mineral rights and rare earth minerals and the like, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Greenland. This story on the Bloomberg, gets into various mining projects. They note at least 4 mining projects have been halted since 2010, following questions about their environmental and financial costs. So what is the likelihood that, these rare earth minerals are actually unearthed? I mean, does climate change make it potentially more easier, accessible, viable?
Yeah.
And how wealthy is this deposit or these deposits?
So Greenland is, the vast majority of it, I can't remember, is 90%, 95%, 98% is covered in ice, and ice that's miles thick. Okay, so you're not going to get to what's underneath that ice very easily. Obviously, that ice sheet is melting, and it's melting faster than we really want, but those are the facts. And so as the ice sheet melts, more earth with minerals underneath it is becoming accessible. How accessible is that, and would Greenland really want that? That remains unclear, because there's been some environmental pushback in Greenland to mining projects. You said that these 4 mining projects have been canceled. That's been, at least a couple of them have been on environmental grounds. So you can't count on everybody in Greenland saying, yeah, just dig, baby, dig.
Well, the reason we got to speak to David this afternoon is because there is this great story in Bloomberg Business Week. Sen Was and Sarah Solon went to Greenland and got to experience the area, but also talk to folks there. I do encourage everybody to check out the story on the Bloomberg terminal. It is in Bloomberg Business Week.
David, thank you so much. We've been dying to do this in this deep dive, so thank you, thank you. David Rocks, Bloomberg Business Week Europe editor, staying up late for us out there in Berlin, so appreciate it, and do highly recommend you check it out on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. Folks, we're watching a rally underway, hovering near our highs of the session. What does that mean? We're up about 65 points, 66 points on the S&P 500, good for a gain of 1.1%, up 1.2% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, a gain of more than 500 points, and the NASDAQ 100 up 1.3%. Tim, that index up 271 points.
Hey, shares of Tesla are higher by about 2% right now. They've tanked, though, over the last couple of weeks. So too have sales in Germany and China. That's what we talk about next on Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A Wednesday rally underway with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing just off session highs, but still looking at substantial gains for the U.S. stock market, with the S&P up now by 1.1%, higher by 64 points, 58.42 on the S&P. The Dow up 507 now, up 1.2%. NASDAQ up 245, up by 1.3%. The 10-year, 4.27%, with the 2-year right now at 3.99%. Gold, little changed, up $1.30 the ounce, 29.19. West Texas Intermediate crude slumping 3%, 66.20 now on WTI. And Bitcoin up 2.4%, 89,614 on Bitcoin. So stocks are rallying as President Trump exempts automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada for 1 month, a temporary reprieve following pleas from industry leaders. Briefly, Moderna plans to launch a personalized cancer vaccine by 2027, which could be, quote, a quite large revenue opportunity, according to the company. As for Moderna shares, they're up now, surging 9.3%. And Novo Nordisk is following in rival Eli Lilly's footsteps by selling its hit weight loss drug Wegovy directly to U.S. patients at a discount. Right now, shares of Novo Nordisk are up by 3.9%. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Well, General Motors and Ford, man, they have led a rally across automakers after U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick had initially teased an update related to the trade standoff between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, and we've had headlines since showing that we will see some kind of rollback, it seems, when it comes to tariffs. So watching that go on and play out, and we have seen, as I mentioned, those two names go higher. Tesla right now is up about 1.6% as well, but that's today because the stock is down a lot, in fact, from its high back in mid-December, down roughly 40% since then, giving back much of its 90% gain since that November election here in the United States. And today, a bunch of headlines about the company, the EV maker offering up some perks to drum up sales, and we'll explain why maybe they are looking to do that because they've had some disappointing sales numbers, Tim. We'll get into that in just a moment.
Okay, well, here to go through the flurry of headlines on Tesla today is Bloomberg News senior technology reporter and a contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast, Dana Hull. She joins us from San Francisco. Deanna, some of the headlines that Carol mentioned, in addition to those, Tesla sales plunged 76% in Germany last month. China sales slumped in February to the lowest monthly figure in more than 2.5 years. President Trump pulling the plug on support for EV subsidies. And then there's the perks that Tesla is now offering up to drive sales. How is Tesla's business doing?
So the core business, so I guess big picture, the first quarter is typically slow for Tesla. They had a very strong fourth quarter. First quarter is always sort of slow for them, but you are definitely seeing a lot of backlash against the brand because of Elon Musk and his politics, particularly in regions where he has been very vocal. So, for example, in the U.S., he spoke at inauguration. Tesla sales in the U.S. are not doing so great. You've seen protests at Tesla showrooms across the country. In Germany, where Musk got very involved vocally in the German elections, you're also seeing a bit of a backlash there. And the proof will just really be in early August when we actually get first quarter sales. But I would note that Tesla also has a kind of older lineup. And even though they are in the process of refreshing the Model Y, the cars are not particularly new and the Cybertruck is not doing super great. So all of these things are weighing on sales.
I thought the Cybertruck was doing pretty well.
I mean, it's doing okay. It's just not like F-150, level sales.
Yeah.
And I think also economic anxiety, like a car is a huge purchase. Right now we have, interest rates are still high. A lot of people are losing their jobs. People are worried about the economy in general. You're seeing a lot of, it's too early to say, but typically people pull back on making big purchases when they're worried. And that's going to impact the auto industry as a whole.
Hey, Dana, remind us in terms of Tesla, where most of the revenues come. It's the U.S. market, and is that where the growth is, or is the growth? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. The U.S. has always been strongest market, followed by China, and then other international markets are, roughly a third. And you're seeing, Tesla is definitely always entering new markets. Their global footprint continues to expand, but their brand is mostly well known here in the U.S. and in China.
At what point do shareholders at Tesla, and look, it still had an amazing run, especially over the last year, we were just showing the chart there. At what point, though, do shareholders say, okay, Elon, enough time in Washington, D.C., it's time to go back to Texas, or to go to Fremont, or to go wherever and focus on Tesla?
I mean, this has been a perennial problem with Tesla for a long time, right? Like Tesla shareholders have always fought to have Musk's full attention. When he bought Twitter, Tesla shareholders were very upset about that. But Elon is going to do what he wants to do. The board has been completely silent. And unless the board makes a move or big institutional shareholders really raise a ruckus, it's hard for me to see that anything is going to change. At some point, you could presume that the shares would fall low enough that Elon would kind of like wake up and refocus his attention. But he is very squarely in Washington. He's in Washington today. And, the company, so it's anyone's guess as to like what would shake him into action.
Yeah, I keep thinking about that. And I was taking a look at some of the major holders. He, of course, is the biggest holder, right, of Tesla's stock, but it's in a lot of index funds. We all own Tesla, right, because it's just such a massive company. And it's owned by, as you said, a lot of the big institutional investors. At the same time, you say, he does continue to expand. I was reading something about signing a 5-year lease, Tesla that is, for its first India showroom. What's the potential of this market for Tesla?
I think, obviously, India is a growing economy. It would be great to have a foothold there. The real competition that Tesla faces globally is with BYD in China. So anything that Tesla can do to kind of grow its brand and its footprint in India would be a hedge against China's influence. But I think that you're seeing, BYD is expanding globally also, and Tesla just doesn't have the kind of product pipeline with a really new electric car or that lower cost vehicle that everyone is waiting for. And to be clear, like the market is still very confused. Is Tesla coming out with a $25,000 car, or is it just a cheaper version of the existing Model Y and 3, or is it the robotaxi? And investors are very eager to hear what is actually next. But Musk is not even really tweeting about Tesla all that much. His posts are largely about Doge. And but this has been like the sort of catch-22 that Tesla shareholders have been in for a long time.
This is somebody you followed for years. I don't want to say you know him well, Dan. I'm not going to go there, but you do know what he does very well. You know his patterns very well and the way he works. If you think about what he did during the Model 3 development at Tesla's headquarters, sleeping on the floor there. He did the same thing when he bought Twitter a few years ago. He moved a cot into headquarters there. We've heard he's doing that or has done that at Doge. He sort of seems to be really intense and then sort of move on to the next thing. Do you think he'll move on from Doge?
I think at some point he might lose interest. This is clearly where his focus is right now, but he has a lot of demands on his time. He's overseeing 6 companies. He's clearly very interested in Starship and the next Starship launch. When it comes to Tesla, my sense of him is that he's sort of bored of just the car business in general. He sees the future of the company as being on AI, robotics, and the robotaxi. We reported exclusively last week that Tesla has applied for a permit in California to begin some kind of ride-hailing service where they would oversee the fleet. It's not a robotaxi yet because they don't have approval to actually operate a robotaxi, but they are making moves to get into the ride-hailing business in California. And so, he hasn't completely given up the reins. It's just wild, as always, that you have a company as large as Tesla with so many thousands of employees, and they don't have a full-time CEO, and they don't have a clear number 2.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, who's the number 2? But, I look at the DES page, the description page on the Bloomberg, and he's the CEO, Elon Musk, right? And so it is interesting to see him spread, as he often is, along so many different things. Dana, thanks so much. Shedding some light, a lot of light on Tesla on this Wednesday. Bloomberg News senior technology reporter, contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast, Dana Hull. Straight ahead, today's wave of tariff talk. There's been a lot. We get an update, the latest on the other side. This is Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. The Trump administration considering a one-month delay for automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico. This is according to people familiar. Although I do think this is why. Help.
You can't keep up. You can't keep up.
No, it's like we put together something in our show script, and then it's like, wait a minute. All right, is this the latest? That's why we reach out to Nathan. Nathan Dean is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst joining us here on Bloomberg Business Week. He joins us from Washington, D.C. So, Nathan, is it a done deal, this delay?
You know, I don't think anything's a done deal in Washington these days. But, I mean, what we're telling our clients is that, you know, obviously, you know, the big three automakers were at the White House yesterday, and we saw the announcement today that there could potentially, you know, this 1 month extension to the automobile sector. But in terms of looking forward to what's coming next, I would just say that, you know, we're anticipating a response from Mexico this weekend, potentially about any reciprocal or retaliatory tariffs. And so that could potentially rise the rhetoric going into next week. We saw the negotiations with Prime Minister Trudeau today. President Trump tweeted out later, you know, that it really wasn't enough to change the parameter of the current tariffs. So I think these tariffs are going to stick around for a while. I mean, there's always more exceptions, but the big date coming forward is April 2nd, when President Trump says these reciprocal tariffs are going to go into fruition. And if President Trump is taking the view that you tax us, we tax you, you know, investors need to prepare for a full-fledged April 2nd reciprocal tariff.
Nathan, we've reported that the exemption is intended to give automakers time to come up with plans to move more investment and production to the U.S. If you're an automaker, you can't do that in a month.
Yeah, you know, that's the challenge here. I mean, even when President Trump says, look, I want you to invest in the United States or build a plant in the United States, you know, with one of the European manufacturers said, look, it's going to take us 3 to 5 years just to identify where in the United States we want to go. So, you know, that's what really where we're going to have to pay attention to President Trump's statements over the next few weeks, because look, I don't think that any automaker is going to be able to say, yep, within 30 days, we're going to transfer everything from Mexico to the United States or vice, you know, from Canada. And so I think President Trump needs to give another out. If he doesn't, then, you know, these tariffs could stick around. But what we think is going to happen is that President Trump really won't react to these tariffs in terms of, unless there's two things that happens. One is we have to see a dramatic change in the stock market. You know, President Trump likes to pay attention to the Dow Jones and to the S&P, but he also pays attention to the sticker shock. And so if we see consumer actions changing on sticker shock prices, and Target and Best Buy have already said that price increases could come as soon as this weekend, you know, I potentially could see President Trump in, say, a month or two begin to dial down some of the tariffs, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, we certainly didn't hear a lot about prices coming down or specific prices coming down last night when President Trump addressed Congress. Having said that, the back and forth that we see out of the White House, is this the art of the deal playbook by President Trump? He likes to make deals. We've talked a lot. Many have said, you know, he's a transactional president, but I'm just curious how you guys who cover the ins and outs of it, whether or not there's kind of a theory of these actions.
You know, I go back to January 20th with all these flurry of executive orders. President Trump just even last night said, look, I've done more executive orders in the first 40 days, and it really is a playbook of shock and awe. And this is what they wanted to do, is they wanted to shock and awe the United States in terms of their executive orders. And I think that also plays to tariffs. Go back to Canada and Mexico. President Trump says 25% tariff going to happen. Oh, wait, we're going to do a 30-day pause. 25% tariff comes in. Oh, wait, we're going to do an exemption for the automakers. So I think what will happen is that President Trump will continue to make these statements. And in the April 2nd scenario, those tariffs most likely will go forward. But then afterwards, you're going to see, after the shock, you're going to see potentially people say, look, you know, exemption this, exemption that. And President Trump will be up for the negotiations. So if you give something to President Trump that he likes, you'll get something out of it. So this is what we saw with the automobile makers. It could be technology coming up next. You know, he mentioned Apple Cook last night. You know, potentially Apple will be at the White House talking to him.
Yeah, we know that Apple and Tim Cook did a very good job in the first Trump administration navigating the choppy seas of tariffs. Nathan, we talk about Canada and Mexico tariffs sort of being monolithic here, but should we look at them separately in terms of how receptive each country's leader is in responding to Trump's demands?
You know, that's an excellent point, because, you know, I think a lot of the news cycle right now is just focused on Washington and Ottawa. I mean, President Trump said, you know, I had a call with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and he just said, quote, Governor Trudeau, you know, of the 51st state. But the response from Mexico City has been a little bit more subdued. It's more similar to what we're seeing coming out of China. The president of Mexico has said that, you know, she's not going to put retaliatory tariffs immediately, but rather she's going to conduct additional negotiations. Now, I think we're going to hear that plan. Bloomberg News is reporting we may hear the plan coming out of Mexico City later this week, but it's still that trying negotiation with the United States, because the Mexican economy, as well as Canada, is so important and so relies upon the United States. So it's almost a different playbook in terms of, are you going to confront him in the area of public perception, or are you going to try and work behind the scenes? I think we'll find out by the end of this weekend if the Mexico City strategy works.
Well, it does sound like a lot of leaders, as well as a lot of CEOs, are working a lot behind the scenes when it comes to all of this tariff conversations. Nathan, thank you so much, getting us up to speed on the latest when it comes to U.S. tariffs. Nathan Dean, he's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst out there in D.C. Hey, everybody, for those watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continuing on Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up, what are we doing?
We're talking about Trump taking a sledgehammer to Biden's CHIPS Act. That news last night in Trump's address to a joint session of Congress. All that and more coming up next right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Automaker stocks have surged after word President Trump will grant car makers an exemption from tariffs imposed on Canada and Mexico. Reporter Jeff Gilbert in Detroit.
This only gives car makers a little breathing room. 1 month would be enough to stockpile some parts and vehicles, but not enough to change where vehicles are actually built. Car companies have said that tariffs would increase their costs and could increase the price of a new vehicle.
White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt says the president continues to stand behind his original decision.
He believes in tariffs because they'll ultimately make America rich again. They're going to raise revenue. They're going to help us pay down our debt. Most importantly, they're going to bring American jobs here back home.
The White House says the U.S. has held direct talks with Hamas on ending the war in Gaza. CBS's Linda Kenyon has that.
The U.S. has a long-standing policy against negotiating with terrorists, but White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirms the U.S. is negotiating with Hamas.
The special envoy who's engaged in those negotiations does have the authority to talk to anyone.
And while Israel confirms it was consulted on these direct talks, Leavitt said the president believes this dialogue is important and effective.
What he believes is good faith effort to do what's right for the American people.
Adding, there are American lives at stake. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Ukraine says further talks with the U.S. on ending the war with Russia could be back on. In London, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer told Parliament he's working behind the scenes.
We need to do everything we can to ensure that the U.S., Europe and Ukraine are working together on lasting peace. And I'm doing everything I can to play my part in regular contact with all of the key players, including talking to President Zelensky.
He's reportedly planning a visit to Washington with Zelensky and the French president. The Department of Veterans Affairs plans to cut 80,000 jobs, according to a memo, which says the objective is to return to numbers not seen since 2019. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers held a hearing on sanctuary cities. Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson insisted threats of deportation only lead to more crime.
Any actions that amplify fears of deportations make Chicago more dangerous. Those fears cause witnesses and victims to avoid cooperating with police.
Residents in Marshall, Texas woke up to a lot of cleanup from severe storms.
Well, astonishment, in a word. I came out to get the paper, and there's a tree in the yard. And I had no idea it had fallen. I've had them hit my house, and I assure you it wakes you up if you're in your house.
This is CBS News. Correspondent Michael George reports on how climate change could jeopardize global food production.
The world's ability to grow food could be devastated by climate change. A study by Aalto University found up to a third of the world's food production could be imminently impacted by rising temperatures, including staples like rice, wheat, potatoes, and soybeans. The biggest risk is to low-altitude regions.
A study finds that by testing your breathing, heart rate, and temperature, smartwatches can tell with 88% accuracy if you're coming down with COVID and 90% accuracy if you're getting the flu. Americans are struggling to keep up with health care costs. A new Gallup poll finds 31 million Americans needed to borrow last year for medical expenses. Nearly a third of Americans are very concerned that a major health event could throw them into debt, and more younger Americans are having to borrow money to pay off bills. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser, Tim Stenovec, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're under 55 minutes away from the close on this Wednesday, and you got a rally underway, Tim.
Yeah, the S&P up 1.3%, the NASDAQ up 1.6%. Charlie Pellet's going to give us an update in just a few minutes. Hey, we're going to get after that a little view from Ian King on what people need to understand about details, context, in this idea that the president wants to take a sledgehammer to the CHIPS Act.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I thought we were all in about, U.S. national security, the importance of semiconductors here in the United States, bring them back home. The devil always in the details, and this is why we're going to talk with our own Ian King. He knows the semi-space like nobody else, so we'll get to him in just a moment.
Also, can Trump deliver on his promises? Our Bloomberg opinion team is out with the 12 metrics you need to be paying attention to and following along his presidency.
A great list. And how to get what you need from the people in charge. That means, like, how do you ask for a raise? How do you ask for a promotion? How do you ask for more balance? How do you ask for...
It's a brand new book. That's the subtitle. It's called Managing Up, which I think many people are familiar with.
All right, we're going to get to it over the next couple of hours. Do not go anywhere. First up, though, let's get you up to date and up to speed on today's trade. Your top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. 54 minutes to go before that closing bell. Clang, clang, clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green right now. President Trump is exempting automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada for 1 month. That word from the White House is a temporary reprieve, follows pleas from industry leaders. Automakers trading higher. The S&P up 80 right now, up 1.4% again. To be clear, best level of the day. The Dow now up by 603, up 1.4%. NASDAQ up 301, higher by just about 1.6%. The 10-year, 4.26%. The 2-year is currently yielding 3.98%. Spot gold up $3.50 the ounce. The precious metal a little changed, up 0.1%, 29.21 on gold. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.7%, 66.42 now on WTI. Bitcoin up almost 3%, back above 90,000 right now, 90,070 on Bitcoin. As for tariffs, the political backdrop and markets, and Maletti is head of active equity at Allspring Global Investments.
Can you imagine managing a company in this environment? I think the best CEOs and CFOs are, trying to do what investors are, keeping their head down, not overreacting, but waiting for things to settle out here.
And Maletti of Allspring. Among the names reporting today after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from Marvell Technology, up 1.3%. Also reporting after the close, MongoDB. That stock up now by 3.1%. As for some of the chip names that we are keeping track of today, NVIDIA up 1.8%. Intel lower by 2.2%. Advanced Micro Devices up 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, a day after welcoming TSMC CEO C.C. Wei to the White House and touting $100 billion in new U.S. investment from the company, President Trump told Congress to repeal the grant program supporting such projects. Tariffs, he argued, would be incentive enough. Here he is at last night's address to the joint session of Congress.
Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money.
Well, that was President Trump last night in his joint address to Congress. For more, we bring in Ian King. He's U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter for Bloomberg News. He joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Ian, I'm a bit confused here because didn't we hear Trump on Monday tout $165 billion in TSMC investments in the U.S.? And doesn't that actually include a few $1 billion in CHIPS Act support?
Yeah, I mean, you use the word confused, and I think that's the right way to describe what the industry is feeling right now in terms of how they should understand what the president is saying and what they should be taking from that as a way in which they're going to be navigating their business environment going forward.
And obviously key to that is trying to get a clearer picture of whether this is just the president using hyperbole to take a swipe at a program that was obviously put in place by his predecessor, or whether this is something more fundamental and is actually going to lead to a concrete effort to essentially get rid of this, wide-reaching program.
Who's he saying they take our money, they don't spend it? And is he right? Like, help me understand. And how much money has gone out? Like, what has happened as a result of this? Because I feel like for so long, Ian, we've been lauding this as a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to ask the president for what he really means and what he's referring to. I think, I'm not in a position to guess that. What I can tell you is some of what he said there is inaccurate. It's an inaccurate analysis or characterization of what is actually going on. It's not hundreds of billions of dollars. It's a very finite amount. That amount of money, which is in the $30 billion range, has not been given to chip makers yet. All of these companies, whether it's TSMC, Intel, Micron, Texas Instruments, have legally binding contracts with the United States government whereby if they do certain things, they will get a certain amount of money. And it's very much an achievement-based system. If you build a plant, you get a certain amount of money. If that plant goes into full production, you get a certain amount more money. And that's really what is going on. And it's a much more nuanced structure than was perhaps portrayed last night.
So if he essentially asked Congress to get rid of the CHIPS Act, basically. Is that something he can do? Is that something Congress can do?
He can ask, and it's something that Congress can do, but I think it's important to point out, and we've already got some politicians coming out and talking about whether we should be rolling this back or not. This was a bipartisan effort. This was not something that Joe Biden and the Democrats forced upon the world. The sponsors of the original bill came from both sides of the House, and indeed a lot of the money that has been promised, albeit if the chip companies do what they say they're going to do, is for Republican districts, and so it's quite likely that we will see some opposition from the Republican side.
Right. South Korea, Samsung Electronics, SK Hynix have both committed to multi-billion-dollar projects in Texas and Indiana, but they were contingent on funding and support from the U.S. government. All right, so you've got that going on, and then we had the news on TSMC earlier in the week, and I guess I'm trying to understand what are, new commitments that were maybe planned by TSMC already prior to Donald Trump coming back to the White House. What was the significance of that news in their investment and potential for more?
Right. I mean, we have a headline number of $165 billion, which is obviously a lot of money. Mm-hmm. They'd previously committed $65 billion, so obviously that's $100 billion new money. It's over a period of time, and obviously chip companies, you'll remember, build plants when it makes sense for them, not when it makes sense for politicians. So if there's demand and if there's the reason to build these plants, that will happen if the chip industry and if TSMC follows standard practice. So as we've seen from a lot of these projects, you have a huge total amount promised, and it's a massive budget over numbers of years. Mm-hmm. But the reality will be determined by what's going on in the industry and what makes sense in terms of supply and demand.
Exactly. And to that point, Ian, on Monday, President Trump credited the tariff threats for TSMC's decision to invest $100 billion in the United States on top of that previous $65 billion commitment. Nothing to get political. Is that true?
If you're TSMC, you have to consider this as a cost of doing business. Okay. If you're Samsung, if you're Intel, anybody else, it's clearly going to factor into your location. But location had already been a consideration for them. So again, whether this was tariff related or not, I mean, does it matter? Ultimately, it's going to be a business decision.
What's the timeline here? Because I remember back to the first Trump administration. I remember the president at the time going out to Wisconsin and touting a huge investment from Foxconn. I think it was $10 billion, 13,000 jobs. 5 years later, that never materialized. and there were a fraction of the jobs. The investment didn't show up. What's the timeline that we should keep an eye on when it comes to an announcement such as this from TSMC?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite likely that the majority of this effort, if it all goes according to plan, will happen after the president has left office. So, you know, it takes at least 18 months, more closer to 2 years to build one of these things and equip it and have it up and running. So that's what we should really be looking for, is like not so much what's going on right now or what's promised, but what's going to happen in the next couple of years. Are we going to see movement? Are we going to see that equipment from companies like Applied Material and ASML ordered and delivered and installed? That'll really tell you whether this is a real project or whether it's more like the Ohio project for Intel, which is looking more and more distant.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Ian, thank you so much. Glad we could touch base with you. Ian King, he's U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter at Bloomberg News. He is joining us from our Bloomberg News Bureau in San Francisco. Just taking a quick check at the stocks, and you've got 30 names in the index, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. 29 of them are higher in today's session. So we're looking at the stocks, Tim, up about 2.25%. So we're seeing definitely some outperformance of the semiconductor space, because that compares with about more than 1% gains on each of the major equity averages here in the U.S.
Hey, I want to make sure we're hitting some of the most read stories on the Bloomberg and some of the top news today. You and I were talking about this a little earlier in our program, Carol, actually in our planning call too. A story by Greg Storr coming out this morning about the Supreme Court rejecting Trump on USAID foreign aid freeze. A divided U.S. Supreme Court dealing a blow to President Trump's foreign aid freeze, reinstating a lower court order that requires the quick disbursement of as much as $2 billion owed to contractors for already completed work. The courts already playing a huge role in policy.
Yeah, and you know, we knew that this was kind of going to happen. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joined the three liberals in the majority. Justices Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, and Brett Kavanaugh dissented, Alito writing for the group that he was stunned by the decision. So we have talked about a lot of these issues and actions that are being taken within the U.S. government, whether by DOJ or elsewhere, have been hitting the courts and are playing out in the U.S. courts.
U.S. District Judge Amir Ali, appointed to the Washington bench by former President Joe Biden, will hold a hearing on Thursday on whether to order a more sweeping, a longer-term injunction, because at this point, the exact effect of the Supreme Court action remains to be seen, given the administration's broad resistance to foreign aid, even in the face of court orders.
Yeah, so something we're certainly following. I just want to go back to Ian King and CHIPS for a second. TSMC, by the way, among 20 companies that reached binding CHIPS Act agreements with officials in the Biden administration. So remember, there are a lot of companies, and it was all about boosting chip production here in the United States.
Watch if those ASML machines make their way from Europe to here.
Good point. All right, coming up next, you probably heard about the challenges MBA students in the U.S. are facing for graduation.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the green. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. President Trump is exempting automakers from newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada for 1 month. That, according to the White House, is a temporary reprieve following pleas from industry leaders. The Dow now up 491 points, up 1.2%. S&P up 63. That is a gain of 1.1%. NASDAQ up 241, up by 1.3%. The 10-year at 4.27%. The 2-year currently yielding 3.99%. Gold up $3.50 the ounce to $29.21, up 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.8%, 66.33 on WTI. Bitcoin 89,750 now, up by 2.6%. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers says volatile policy actions and rhetoric from President Trump are posing the biggest risk to the dollar's dominance in the world economy in half a century. And in an interview with Bloomberg Radio, Summers also talked about U.S. markets and President Trump.
President Trump is someone who has, in the past at least, always, when the stock market went up, he was always linking it to what he did. And we couldn't have had clearer evidence over the last couple days that when he's pursuing the policies about which he's enthusiastic, the market is plummeting. And when he's reversing course, the market is rallying.
Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, indeed, the market rallying right now, S&P up by 1%. Automakers are advancing. Ford up 5.6%, General Motors up 7.5%, Stellantis surging 9.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. The story from our Bloomberg News team earlier this week getting our attention. At business schools across the U.S., graduation fast approaching. The mood, though, subdued. MBA programs that once offered a glide path to lucrative jobs are finding fewer and fewer seats on Wall Street and in corporate America for their graduates. At every one of the nation's top schools, known as the Mag 7. I didn't know this. They were known as the Mag 7.
I didn't either.
Job placement outcomes have declined since 2021, and this year is looking no better. No joke, Carol. You can attest to this. As I was writing this intro, I got an email from Dean McGlaris at Columbia Business School.
Right. You're a grad at the Columbia Business School.
The subject says, hire CBS. And it's like an email talking about recruiting.
All right. So that is the view from schools inside the United States. Let's go outside the U.S. to France. We've got Emmanuel Mette, Dean of the French Business School, EDEC Business School, with us, as well as Dimitra Kasanides, Bloomberg News Senior Editor. She spearheads our global business coverage, business school coverage, I should say, for Bloomberg Business Week, and they are both here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here. Hello. Dean Mette. Before we get going, we want to ask you about what you are hearing and seeing from other business school deans during your visit here to the United States and other business schools. How much is the job market a topic right now?
What is striking here is, as always, I mean, the power of the higher education institutions, their entrepreneurial spirit, the amount of resources that they have to reach their ambitions. But also I could feel some kind of anxiety about, research funding, about the capacity of welcoming foreign students, foreign researchers, foreign professors. So I could feel that it was kind of mixed feelings, as always, and I mean the best educational system in the world, especially for business. But at the same time, some caution about tomorrow. Uncertainty about tomorrow.
I know, I don't want to use the term frenemies, but you are also competitive with these schools. Is this only good news for you? If there's an environment in the United States that's not as conducive to attracting foreign students, foreign professors, is it just great news for you in France?
No, but bad news for the U.S. is bad news for us. And of course, if I was really egoistic, I would say, yes, it's good news for us. We will have more foreign students coming to us, and probably will have opportunity to recruit talented professors and researchers from the U.S. market. But no, I think it's not good news, because we tend to see us in a very global market, in a very global higher education system. And we see more and more countries, turning onto themselves. Not only the US, the UK, Canada, you name them, Scandinavian countries. And they want less and less immigration, and including foreign students. And it's not good news at all. I visit a lot of countries all around the world, and what we can see is that when there is a country which, try to decrease immigration, and especially student immigration, it's a disaster for the country and for the schools.
Wow. Yeah, that's not surprising. And I think I'm hearing very much the same from other people that we're talking to. I think it's of great concern because of just the points that Dean Matteis is making. And I think there is a big concern. Sometimes we think, oh, it's a problem for students in terms of the immigration challenges that we're confronting. But I think it is a huge concern on the research and faculty front. When we've seen the shifts in education on global business schools over the last decade or 2 decades, one big thing we've noticed is a lot of talent coming to this country, to our business schools. Look at the deans of a lot of our business schools and where they've come from. Mm-hmm. So it's a challenge on many fronts. And I think that there is definitely, however openly they're sort of airing this anxiety, there is a great deal of anxiety right now, and really just kind of wait and see, and where is this all going?
I have to say, one of the things, my daughter's just finishing up an undergraduate degree, but spent her year over in London at the London School of Economics. And it was such a great combination of U.S. versus being overseas for a full year. The importance of partnerships for you in linking up with U.S. business schools. Talk to us a little bit about that and how important that is.
Definitely. We want our students, wherever they are from, we want them to go to the best schools all around the world. So we have here in the US, basically we have 300 partners, academic partners all around the world, mostly for exchanges, double degrees. But we have among the 310, let's say, strategic partners, including one here in the US. So Berkeley has business school in California, with whom we have launched a joint degree for quite a large cohort of students, so a master in management. And students spend time in Paris first on edX campus, and then they go to Seoul, Korea, so at SKK Business School, and then they spend 1 year at Berkeley House. And yes, the graduates from this program are, great people and find easily good positions on the job market. So this is why we are here today on the Eastern coast to find another strategic partner.
And who is that strategic partner going to be? Who do you want that to be?
Is there a great review? Is there a great review?
You mentioned it, so I have to ask.
So we have already partners here, of course, as you can guess, in New York, in Boston. We have a double degree agreement with the MIT. We have Pittsburgh. So we are talking to all of them, and we'll, find the best partner here just to, launch joint program to probably launch initiatives in terms of entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence. So we want to do more than just exchange, and
Dimitri, do more students, more MBA students in the United States, are we seeing that they want a program that is not just US based and they want to have some exposure overseas?
Anecdotally, we are hearing that. I don't have a lot of the data on that, but in interviewing a lot of the students in the last few months about any number of issues that we've been reaching out on, that is definitely something that they're seeing. And I think that there's probably something about what's going on in the world right now and in our country with the government and the new administration that's making students and prospective students consider, it might be that I'm not going to be working in the US. Maybe I will want to go work abroad. Where are the kinds of programs that are going to really position me the best? And I think that some of what Dean Matteis is describing with their partnerships also is something that's seen as if you're a student that's coming out, having done one of those programs, there is a competitive advantage to that.
I also think about, please jump in.
We now welcome every year something like 100 American students at edX. This is
out of how big is your student base?
10,000.
Okay.
Coming from all over the world, so 120 countries. What they are looking for is probably a good return on investment, because of course tuition fees in France are not the same as the one in the US. Also probably lifestyle, and also something which is very important these days is that, the purpose of the school is to put business at the service of common good. And this is something maybe that these days in the US is going to be, put into question. So we have a lot of research on climate finance, on ESG, on sustainability, and this is something that they are going to learn still learn in Europe and in France especially, which I suspect will be a bit less the case in the US these days.
Right, that is definitely one piece of it, is this pulling away from some commitments that we see with our government right now, and that throwing into question where we saw business school students wanting to go over the last decade, wanting to do more good with what they're doing, and now suddenly you find yourself in an environment where it's like, is that going to be prioritized? Are the companies going to be prioritizing that? Like, what are the opportunities for that? So I think that the other thing I wanted to quickly touch on, Dean Matthijs, was you had mentioned a number of the rise in the number of American students studying now, leaving the U.S. to study business. Is there a number you can attach to that? I mean, what have you seen over the last couple of years in terms of not just specific to EDEC, but, broadly speaking?
You mean in terms of American students moving to Europe?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's been increasing. In France, I mean, we are now welcoming, I think, 4,500 American students. I mean, amongst 450,000 students, so it's not so many of them. I remember that 20 to 30 years ago, we barely could see American students in our schools. I mean, the American students wanted to stay here.
Right.
And year after year, we can see that the number are increasing. And in all of the programs, so including in the bachelor program, so we have young students moving from the US to Europe and to France to study, business. It's the case for the master in management and also at the MBA level. So, yeah, I think over the past 2 years, we have increased the number of American students by 25%.
Wow, that's a lot.
In certain regions of the U.S., different business schools are known for different specialties. If we go to Silicon Valley, we'll talk to a lot of Stanford graduates, for example. Here in New York, the Wall Street sort of feeds from NYU and from Columbia. Is there an industry that your business school feeds into?
Finance and asset management. I mean, this is, we were talking about that just before. I mean, and in a very special way, because we have a kind of good recipe to monetize the results of our research. So we launched a research center in asset management 20 years ago, and the story ended up with EDEC selling a spin-off in finance for 200 million euros. At the stock exchange of Singapore. So we have to compete with American business schools.
So you practice what you teach.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have to compete with you guys. And schools here have a lot of resources, huge endowments. We don't reach the same amount, so we have to find other ways to find resources.
That's fascinating. Yeah. And so that helped to finance
definitely
the
school.
Business of education.
Yeah, it goes to the foundation, to the EDEC Foundation. And thanks to this money, we launched a venture fund for impact startups. We finance a research center on climate finance. And
we see that on a more individual basis in the U.S. You certainly have faculty members from school to school who are experts in management, and they've become coaches and management, gurus. Right. They're doing it individually, and they are benefiting from it. It is not institutional, whereas we're seeing much more something like what Dean Matthijs is describing over the last 2 decades is ways to fund the schools.
We've got to run. Come back soon. This was really fun. Of course, our Dimitri Kasanides and, of course, Dean Matthijs of the EDEC Business School. Thank you.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lots of green on the screen. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Trading very close to session highs, but let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks started off choppy, but caught a bid on a report the U.S. is weighing a one-month delay of Canadian and Mexican tariffs on autos. The Dow's currently up 500 points. The S&P's gained 67, while the NASDAQ is higher by 1.5%. The U.S. 10-year yield rises to 4.27%. Gold is in the green. Oil is sinking. And Bitcoin, that's higher by 2.9%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were materials and industrials. Energy and utilities were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Caterpillar and Microsoft, while IBM fell 1% and led to the downside. After earnings, Abercrombie fell 11%, was down 17%. And in the biotech space, Amgen starts late-stage studies of its monthly obesity drug. Wrapping things up, some of the names reporting after the bell tonight include MongoDB and Zscaler. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type SQUAWK, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We've got about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. You just heard Charlie Pellet and Bill Maloney breaking down the trade for you on this Wednesday. And we're bouncing around near our highs of the session. So that means up about 1.25% on both the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average. A little bit higher on a percentage basis when it comes to the NASDAQ 100. It is up nearly 1.5%, Tim. But a lot of this trade has been on, I think it's safe to say, the rollback of the tariffs against Canada,
you should look at what
Mexico.
automakers are doing. I know it's too late to change your gainers, Carol.
No,
Are they included in your gainers?
I think they're on. Did I not put them on my list?
I don't know.
I didn't put them on my list.
know.
How did I do that?
I wasn't going to say anything, but I just did.
You're usually so good. You're like,
I know. I didn't. It was right before we went live. I noticed, and I'm like, I don't want to throw that at her right now.
No, you know what? I put him in the chat before Tesla because initially Tesla wasn't really up on the day, and the other automakers were. But all right.
All right, Aaron Kennan's going to help us make sense of this.
We'll
He's
survive.
co-founder and CEO at Clear Harbor Asset Management. More than $1.5 billion in assets under management. Aaron back with us from Stanford. Aaron, how do you make sense of the uncertainty that we're seeing play out right now? This is like a flashback to the first trumpet term, right?
Well, I think clearly the market's trying to sort out a bunch of uncertainties. One is the tariffs that you just mentioned, and whether or not it's bark or bite or a combination of the two. And, today we saw a little bit of, the scalpel taken out with auto protection on trade but there are also other uncertainties, of course, Ukraine and how that's going to settle out. Inflation or deflation, is China growth back? It was on its heels for a while. They just announced a big stimulus. How about U.S. growth? We've seen interest rates, trend lower over the last several weeks, about 50 basis points since mid-January. I think there's a concern about U.S. growth. And so it certainly doesn't help. The tariff uncertainty leads, I think, investors to reduce their exposures. If they're leveraged, reduce leverage. If they're long-only investors, maybe raise a little bit of cash. Today's an exception to the recent trends of the downward slope in the markets, and we welcome that. But that's markets have been technically oversold now for the last couple of days.
Hey, Aaron, do you think that there is a Trump put in the U.S. equity market?
It's a good question, Carol. I think there certainly was one during his first term. He seems more intent on certainly using tariffs as a tool and maybe not as a tool that's necessarily going to be temporary in nature. And that would suggest to me that maybe there's less of a Trump put for Trump 2.0 versus 1.0. But, certainly to the extent that Congress has to be involved in some of this action, there's at least a put there. And my suspicion is that they know that they need to move forward quickly with everything from tariffs to DOGE to fiscal constraint in these initiatives before the midterm elections. And so the next few months will be really critical in that regard.
Does, to sort of follow up on Carol's question, we know that the president looks very closely at financial markets. Is it working as a backstop to his policies?
Well, I think there are a couple of things going on. I mean, I think clearly the tariff desire that he has will have a tendency to weigh on growth, to reduce profitability on average across the economy. And I think that's the other trend, is that we're seeing less fiscal stimulus here in the U.S., Tim, in Trump 2.0. Not only are we seeing CHIPS Act, Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed under Biden, but the massive stimulus even passed under Trump 1.0 after COVID struck. A lot of that's both waning, and then, of course, through executive fiat, he has cut some of the remaining funding off. And what we're seeing across the pond in Europe is really just the opposite. There's really a strategic or structural shift in Europe that we're seeing, where Europe's realizing they have to defend themselves. Germany just announced yesterday they're going to spend 20% of GDP over the next 10 years on defense spending. That could contribute 1% of GDP to that economy, third largest economy in the world. And then the EU's meeting within the next day or so to talk about spending another $500 to $600 billion over the next 3 to 4 years. We haven't seen that type of not just military spending, but deficit spending in Europe in our lifetimes. And so there is a liquidity shift, I believe, afoot. And we're seeing that with European equities up in the teens this year, about 13%. And of course, the U.S. is sort of a different story, with S&P still down year to date. Equal weight S&P's up a little bit. Mag 7's on its heels, actually weighing down the U.S. market rather than lifting it as we saw the last 2 years.
I so love that you went there, because we really haven't had a lot of time to spend on the story that came out of Germany overnight. And you're right, Aaron, the DAX was up almost 3.4%. Tim and I have spent a lot of time this year, though, talking about the outperformance of markets outside the United States. As you mentioned, Europe, the Euro Stoxx 50 is up about 12%. The CAC 40 is up 11%. The DAX is up, it looks like, about 16% year to date. This outperformance that we are seeing overseas, that liquidity shift, is there something that could happen in the United States that affects that liquidity shift that you're talking about that may be going outside the U.S.? The U.S. Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, earlier on Bloomberg, talking about the policies of the United States being ultimately good for the U.S. stock market, good for the U.S. bond market. How do you see it longer term?
Yeah, I think there is I do believe in American exceptionalism from a regulatory standpoint, from an ingenuity perspective. We have a high allocation of technology in our indices. And so in that regard, I think the liquidity will ebb and flow here, but always sort of want to flow rather than ebb. The challenge is valuation in the United States relative to the rest of the world right now. And I think that's where some of those liquidity concerns arise. And of course, tariffs don't help. And to the extent that there's a resolution to the war in Ukraine, and in a way that provides a level of fairness to Ukraine and to Europe, that could put a halt on the margin to this sort of trend that I'm talking about, which is massive military spending in Europe. And then, looking further across the pond to China, you have a lot of fiscal stimulus that was just announced there recently as well, spending up to 10% of deficit to GDP to try to create 5% of growth. So there's opportunity in that part of the world as well.
Yeah, it's getting interesting around the globe all of a sudden. Aaron, thank you. Good to check in with you. Aaron Kennan, co-founder, chief executive officer of Clear Harbor Asset Management. They've got over $1.5 billion in assets under management. Aaron joining us once again from Stamford, Connecticut. Got about 10 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day.
Yeah, we really saw automakers extend gains after the Trump administration exempted them from new tariffs on Canada and Mexico for 1 month.
Gainer list?
Look at this, Carol. GM is up close to 7%. Ford is up 6%. Stellantis up close more than 9%.
I'm going to get hell from Romaine for not having them on my list.
I'm just giving you some info that you can use.
Is it too early for me to not feel well and have to bail out of the simulcast?
Yep, it's too early.
It's too early.
It's too late. I don't know if it's too early or too late. You can't do it.
All right, folks, we're counting you down to the close. This is Business Week.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
You know, it's been a day and a week and a month and a year.
It's only Wednesday, Carol.
When Tim turns to me, he's like, what do you want to talk about? I'm like, nothing.
Well, sorry, that's not an option. Hey,
that is not an option.
Here's an interesting story. Number 3 on the most read in the last hour. Cuomo has a wide lead in race for governor of New York City, poll shows. Former New York City Governor Andrew Cuomo leading Mayor Eric Adams and all other candidates by a wide margin in New York City's June Democratic mayoral primary race. This is according to a new poll. This is a Quinnipiac University poll released on Wednesday that says if the primary were held now, 31% of registered New York City Democrats surveyed would back Cuomo, followed by just 11% who said they would support Adams. Wow.
Yeah,
11%?
Well, yeah.
He's an incumbent.
Yeah. Okay, but
facing some challenges. Some would say.
Some would say there's some challenges. Some would say there's some baggage. So there's some concerns. Why this is important, the winner of New York's Democratic primary usually prevails in the November general election because the party has an overwhelming enrollment advantage in the city. Listen, Andrew Cuomo, definitely well known in the state of New York. Really,
that's why this doesn't surprise me.
No.
Does it surprise you?
No, well known. You know, I mean, his family, his dad, Mario Cuomo, who was governor, like just so well known in this state, really known actually nationally as well. So
there's a bridge named after him.
There is.
Yeah.
There is. It's actually a pretty nice bridge. Used to be the
Tappan Zee?
Tappan Zee. I mean, I grew up calling it the Tappan Zee, and then it's not anymore. I will say that Mayor Adams has seen his already low approval ratings fall further since he was indicted on federal corruption charges in September. Latest poll showing his approval at 20%, the lowest rating Quinnipiac has recorded for a New York City mayor in nearly 3 decades of polling. So
we also get, I mean, look, name recognition certainly goes a long way because listen to the other results that we got from this poll. It's still a little early, but there is the election is in November.
Right.
Public advocate Jumaane Williams, who hasn't declared plans to run, has 7% of voters' support. Former city controller Scott Stringer, 6%. Current controller Brad Lander at 5%. Queen State Senator Jessica Ramos and City Council Speaker Adrian Adams at 4%. And then Whitney Tilson is the former hedge fund executive who is polled at 1%, in addition to State Senator Zelnor Myrie and former Assembly Member Michael Blake.
Yeah, Whitney Tilson's certainly known to the Bloomberg audience. I mean, Cuomo, 3 terms in Albany, say that 3 times fast, resigned in 2021. You might remember multiple allegations of sexual harassment. And so, we know that he too, some would say, has a little bit of baggage. And so there might be some explaining to do, as this election plays out, or at least it will be addressed.
Okay, can we do one more story? 13 on the most read in the last hour.
Tim, this is America. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I'll remember that. This is a story by the folks over at the Wall Street Journal, Dow Jones. Starbucks CEO Brian Niccol, somebody who we spoke to quite a bit when he was at Chipotle, he's got some tough love for corporate workers. Step it up, get back to the office, and take responsibility for improving the company's performance. This is written in the Journal.
Wow. First address to employees since announcing widespread layoffs last month. Brian Niccol saying yesterday that Starbucks needed to reorganize to make leaders more accountable for financial and operational movements. Here's what he said. We're not effective on how things get to the store. We're not effective in making decisions and then holding each other accountable to those decisions. He said this in an internal forum at the chain Seattle headquarters, a replay of which was viewed by the Wall Street Journal. This is why we had to make the changes that we had to make. Again, a story coming to us from the Journal.
The Journal notes that even small things in cafes need more attention, like ensuring cafes' electrical outlets are functioning so customers can linger and work. Niccol said the company also needs to do a better job listening and acting on consumer complaints, ranging from furniture to drinks piling up on counters. He's got a lot of work to do. He pulled it off at Chipotle, he pulled it off at Taco Bell. Can he do it at Starbucks?
I mean, it's a massive chain. Some would say that maybe there's too many everywhere, but I mean, it does sound like they're getting back, to their core business, right?
Using
in terms
the
of products.
Sharpie marker on the
now they're doing, what are they doing? Back to, right, it used to be those labels, right? And now they're back to writing them on. It's a very human-intensive business of like putting all that stuff together.
I just think coffee has changed so much.
Yeah, a lot more
since
competition.
the heyday of Starbucks.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't we go get a cup of coffee and then...
No, we got to go to the simulcast.
All right, over to our TV colleagues we go. That's because the closing bell starts right now.
Off session highs of the day. A full breakdown of all of today's market action as we head towards those closing bells. A global...
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Champagne-Steele taking you through the closing bell with a global simulcast. Scarlett Fu in the TV studio. Carol Master, yes, I know you were the queen of wine, but
No,
put
I
it
want to
aside.
know more about this. What's up with the
Tim
champagne?
Stenovic alongside Carol Master.
No, Alex, tell us all.
Oh, no, he was just making fun of me because I don't drink hard alcohol, and I thought Jack Daniels was low end. And then I said, I just drink champagne, and then, you know, hilarity ensued after that moment.
I can only imagine.
Anyway.
Everyone has to introduce themselves with a drink of choice before they begin talking.
There is a market-related one, right? We're talking about, is it, what's the brand?
Brown-Forman.
Brown-Forman, sorry, yeah. Right? They're outperforming. It actually was one of my gainers.
Yeah, they're up 10% today.
Yeah.
You know what Carol didn't have as her gainers today?
You know, he has been giving me such a hard time. I'm like, don't go Romaine. Don't go all Romaine
All you got to look at is what automakers are doing. Since Caroline Levitt confirmed this kind of pause here.
I made it.
General Motors up 7% right now.
Romaine has become a verb.
Ford up 6%.
This is only a
Stellantis more than
reprieve
9%.
for 1 month. You know, things could change in 3.5
Tomorrow?
weeks again. And
This is
we'll
why I
be
love-
going through this whole rigmarole again.
I heart you, Scarlett.
Well, I don't really know anymore what we're talking about, so I'm going back to the tariff
Thank
landscape
you.
and that being a short-term issue versus the longer-term positive of, say, tax cuts and deregulation, and how that gap will be bridged. This rally doesn't seem like it has a lot of conviction because volume is so light.
It doesn't. I mean, you are seeing some of the big cap tech names lead the market higher, like Microsoft and Amazon, with big drags today coming out of the oil and gas space, as well as with a lot of the financials as well. Exxon, one of your favorites there, Alex, down 2% on the day. Nevertheless, it is green across the screen. It looked like that market rally was in jeopardy earlier in the session here, but there's been pretty meaningful and steady gains into the close for the past 2.5, 3 hours. The Dow up almost 500 points or 1.1%, and S&P up about 64 points or 1.1%. The NASDAQ composite up about 270 points or 1.5%, and the Russell 2000 adding 21 points or 1% even on the day.
All right, checking out the S&P 500, just digging a level deeper. 376 names in the index are actually higher today. Got 126, Scarlett, to the downside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP. Pretty solidly green. There are two sectors in the red. Energy off by 1.5% and utilities losing 0.7%. Definitely the smallest slices of the pie. Materials are the big winners of the day, gaining 2.6%. And consumer discretionary, which houses autos and auto component makers, are up by 1.75%. Industrials also gaining more than 1.5% on the day.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers. Check this out. Not a name we talk about a lot. Ticker is HII, Huntington Ingalls Industries. It's a top gainer in the S&P 500. You know, what the president says, we know, can move markets or move stocks. And he talked last night about building up the U.S. shipbuilding industry. Well, as I said, a top gainer, biggest move intraday that it's ever seen in terms of trading. It is a U.S. military shipbuilder. And again, we did see the Wall Street Journal coming out specifically saying that the Trump administration is getting ready for an executive order to bolster U.S. shipbuilders and shrink Chinese dominance in the industry. So definitely a name on the move. MicroStrategy up 12%. Folks, Bitcoin goes up, MicroStrategy goes up. Friday, keep in mind there was a summit of major crypto industry leaders to talk about crypto policy. Fortune noting some comments by U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick that seemed to hint that Bitcoin would have a special status with a U.S. crypto reserve. So that's floating out there. Freeport-McMoRan, copper was a big trade, not just the commodity, but the players in the space. This one finishing near its highs. Freeport up more than 9% in today's session. Remember, we did have that speech last night from President Trump, the idea of a 25% tariff on imports of the metal. This is playing out, so better for the domestic players. Keep in mind the president had previously ordered an investigation into copper levies without proposing a tariff rate, so that's floating out there. And then Alex Champagne, Brown-Forman, we talked about this. Yeah. It's up 10% here at the close, maker of Jack Daniels, which is apparently lowbrow. I didn't know that.
They make champagne too.
No,
Corbel.
Okay, look.
It's sparkling wine.
Corbel does not count as anything real. Okay.
You forgot the automakers on there too. They had a great day.
They did.
GM having its best day since October.
Move along.
Did you see Stellantis close?
I did.
The most in with the biggest gain in 3 years
I hate
today?
you both right now.
Yeah, sometimes we just got to gang up on you. Hey, CrowdStrike today down 6.3%. They fell after the company issued a worse than expected earnings outlook. This company is still recovering from what happened over the summer, that software update that crashed millions of computers globally last year. Despite disappointing projections. CrowdStrike topped estimates for a couple subscription revenue benchmarks. These are key benchmarks in the fourth quarter. Annual recurring revenue totaling $4.24 billion. I never like talking about energy when Alex is around because she's like knows everything about energy, but I got to talk about the energy companies today. ExxonMobil down 2%. Energy names as a whole tumbling today. Tariff uncertainty in Canada and Mexico. OPEC Plus's plans to revive halted production sent crude prices lower. That weighed on shares of the biggest oil and gas names. But Alex, what else do we need to know?
No, you
about
can all
the
be
moves
smart.
today?
You can all be smart on energy. But I will tell you that JP Morgan had a report out earlier today that said that if you have a 100 basis point hit to GDP in the U.S., that could equate to a demand growth hit of 180,000 barrels of oil a day, 70,000 barrels of oil a day in China. So it could wind up being material. Plus, you had a stockpile build in the U.S. today as well. So that's never a good mix.
You are our Renaissance woman. Champagne and oil and energy. Love it, love it.
Okay, no good segue, but Abercrombie and Fitch shares were worth checking out today. They were down double digits, ended up closing down 9.2% today. They hit their lowest level at the close since December of 2023. The company did report weaker than expected fourth quarter sales. For the Abercrombie brand gross margin that trailed Wall Street estimates, Abercrombie did say that tariffs enacted last month were taken into account in its guidance for operating margin.
All right, I'm going to the bond market, guys. It was a pretty much sell the back end of the curve story, but the narrative that seems to be evolving is buy the front end potentially on Fed cuts that now will take place this year and sell the back end because of growth worries. That's what everyone keeps writing about. But today, as we see, as it ended all across the curve, a little bit of a sell-off. Back end yields up by about 3 basis points.
I think what's interesting, can I just throw this out here? I'm just kind of blown away. We haven't talked a lot about it. Maybe you guys did, but what happened in Germany overnight? That incredible spend, that market up 3.4%. The DAX, it's up now, I think something like 16% for the year, just looking at numbers. We just talked with Aaron Kennan of Clear Harbor, and he said there is a little bit of a liquidity shift going on if you look at the outperformance in Europe and elsewhere. So just something to throw out there.
All right, we are getting some earnings crossing the wire, including from Zscaler, the cybersecurity software company, reporting earnings for the most recent quarter. Adjusted EPS coming in at 78 cents a share. That's a beat. The street was looking for 69. Revenue at $647.9 million. That's also a beat on that front. The company saying that for the third quarter, it does see revenue in the range of $665 to $667 million. That's right around what the street was looking for on average. And the company for the full year calculating billings at $3.15 billion to $3.17 billion, also relatively in line with estimates.
All right, let's go to Grindr now. That company also reporting earnings. It has launched a buyback program.
Are these sandwiches? What do they make?
No, not sandwiches.
Nice try.
A different kind of company.
Oh, do tell.
Yeah, dating app. Grindr has
a different kind of sandwich.
Yes, that's right.
Wow.
Oh, no.
It's a family show here.
Should I go back to the earnings?
Yep, go.
Let's go back to
Yes.
the earnings. All right.
Yes.
It has approved its first share buyback program of up to $500 million. So that is probably helping limit the losses in the stock right now and after hours trading. It sees 2025 adjusted EBITDA margin above 41%. Analysts were looking for somewhere in the neighborhood of 42.3%, and it sees 2025 revenue of at least 24%. Again, that buyback program probably helping to lift the stock right now.
All right, I'm taking a look at Marvell Technology, guys. That stock is out. In terms of the fourth quarter, they did beat on earnings. They also beat on net revenue for the fourth quarter. Looking at the adjusted guidance for the first quarter, though, looking at 56 to 66 cents per share, that estimate was for about 60 cents. However, Marvell Technology is falling by about 9% post-market. I was taking a look at the press release to see if there's anything on AI, and the only thing so far is talking about their AI silicon programs have now entered volume production, and they do see strong growth from their interconnect products.
All right, Alex, got another one that's falling in the aftermarket. MongoDB, it's down more than 5% here, reporting adjusted earnings per share for the fourth quarter that did beat the average analyst estimate. Adjusted EPS of $1.28 versus 86 cents year over year. The estimate was 66 cents. That seems like quite outperformance, but we'll look for some more color on that. Revenue, $548.4 million. That's up 20% year over year. The estimate was $518.6 million, so that too is a beat. The company also talking about service revenue of $17.4 million, subscription revenue of $531 million, but I'm looking at this one down more than 7% in the after. Some commentary, our full year guidance assumes Non-Atlas revenue, so talking about particular products, will decline high single digits in percentage terms on a year-over-year basis. So we'll look for more on the analyst call there.
All right, I'm looking at shares of Lending Tree. They're higher in the after hours by about 7%. The company's small cap. We do see 2025 revenue coming in at $985 million to $1.03 billion. Estimates are for $1.02 billion. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS coming in above estimates at $1.16. Romain.
I just want to mention Sleep Number, obviously a tiny company. This is, of course, the mattress company that's down like 90% from its all-time high back in 2021. The company reporting earnings, 12% drop in sales in the quarter, but also saying that it has found a new CEO, saying that Linda Findley will take over as CEO on April 7th here as this company really tries to turn things around. A loss per share widening in the most recent quarter as well, 21 cents a share in the most recent quarter.
Yep, Sleep Number right now down about 9.6% here in the aftermarket. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. Alex heading out for some champagne, perhaps. But Scarlett and Romain, of course, continuing there on television. Tim and I continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek. And the true implications of President Trump's first month in office have been obscured by a flurry of executive orders. Chaos in the actual business of running government due to Musk's Doge, and of course, a steady stream of social media posts. This is according to our Bloomberg opinion team. Here's the question. Well, there are a lot of questions, actually. Will Doge slash and lay off enough to make up an almost $2 trillion needed to balance the federal budget? Will stocks soar on deregulation, or will they crack under the weight of a trade war and policy uncertainty? How will all of this affect inflation? These are some of the questions that our team over at Bloomberg Opinion has tried to answer, and they analyzed 12 metrics to really cut through the noise and lay out the challenges and opportunities that the president faces as he works to deliver on the promises that carried him to victory. Allison Schrager is one of those Bloomberg Opinion columnists. She's also senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. She joins us from New York. Allison, you in particular focused on the metric of wealth inequality. Remind us what that looked like under the first Trump administration, because we actually have some history here.
Yeah, so I looked at wealth inequality across several different presidential administrations, and what was really striking is similar to wages. There's actually a bit of an, lower wealth. Well, when I broke it up by income, the wealth of people by income. So lower income people actually saw their wealth rise a lot under Trump, even relative to high net worth people, just because it turned out the housing owned by low income people increased in value a lot during the Trump administration for a variety of reasons. And while higher income people, a larger percentage of their portfolio is made up of stocks, which also did well, but just not quite as well as low income housing.
So, okay, so let's talk a little bit about that, because as you note, and as we've talked about a lot, housing is such an important part of wealth creation. But what's happened over the last few years is that housing has become out of reach for so many Americans that I think for a lot of people, the idea of owning a home isn't really on their radar, and that leaves them out of this idea of wealth creation.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the reasons why it's a big concern is particularly, with interest rates being so low and then being so high, it's now, nearly impossible to buy a home. And what I saw looking at the data is only 60% of Americans own stock, although 60% is better than it used to be, so I don't want to minimize that. But that means, and most of that 40% are low-income people. If they own an asset at all, it does tend to be housing. So if they don't get into the housing market, they really don't have really appreciable assets. And that might be one of the reasons why the Trump administration is so fixated on getting the 10-year rate to be lower.
Yeah, it's so funny that you say that. We've been thinking so much about the markets lately and whether or not the president is watching. And maybe we keep thinking it's the equity markets he cares about, but maybe he cares more about the bond market in terms of getting rates down.
I mean, it might have been rationalization. But I think I saw someone yesterday who's a Trump booster say, well, they don't care about the stock market going down, but they're just psyched that the 10 years down. I don't think that's true. You know, I'm not a zero-sum thinker. I don't think necessarily it's a problem if the stock market goes up and lower-income people get more income with housing. I think it's better when everyone gets wealthy. But, you know, as I said, that was one way of thinking about it, because higher-income people, definitely yesterday got a lot poorer, while interest rates did go down.
The U.S. Commerce Secretary telling the Bloomberg surveillance team earlier this morning and weighing in on the policies that are coming from the Trump administration, tariffs and the like, and just saying that ultimately all of this is going to be better for the U.S. stock market and better for the U.S. bond market. And by better, I think he meant lower rates and what that would do for housing and just bringing things down and giving some juice to the housing market, making it more affordable. How are you so far? We're still early in on this, Allison, when you think about policies, the Trump policies, and how it might play out ultimately, especially when things can change, even on tariffs, right? In the last 24, 48 hours, things can change.
Well, unpredictability isn't good. I would say tariffs is not good for any of these objectives. For one thing, they increase the price level, which could increase bond yields further. As I said, like, you don't want the stock market to go down, and they will have a depressing influence on earnings. So it would bring down the stock market. So that also, you know, we also care about the middle class, and they are heavily invested in the stock market, particularly through their 401ks. On the other hand, deregulation and potentially cutting the corporate tax rate, that could be good for all those things too. So I guess they have a choice of, you know, what they want to pursue.
You know, it's hard to say though. It's like it's not like a rising tide lifts all ships. In this case, I mean, it does, and that's kind of the issue. If rates become lower and real estate falls in price, people with more money will be able to buy more. They'll be able to buy more stocks. They'll be able to buy more real estate. So how do you actually?
Some people.
No, wealthy people.
Oh, wealthy people. Yeah, forgive me.
So I guess my question, Allison, is how do you target through policies the folks who haven't gained over the last few generations? How do you target that with policy in your view?
I think it's hard to do this very directly. I think the best way to think is you want to increase prosperity for everyone. Because on the one hand, you're right. I guess the housing market will become more accessible if, say, we went into a recession and, you know, there tends to be an inflow into bonds when people get scared and the Fed cuts rates. So that would lower the 10-year significantly if we had a recession. But then again, everyone would have less money and people would be out of jobs. So they couldn't buy a house either. So I think a better way is to just say, let's increase prosperity for everyone and, you know, hope that sort of people having higher earnings and more wealth that way would make sort of all assets more accessible to everyone.
You know, and I'm kind of glad we're going there, because a lot of times we'll have various guests in and just say, you know, this is good, you know, wealth creation and, you know, people in the markets are going to benefit, but not everybody's in the market. So I'm really grateful that you're talking about this. But the real thing that does change the gaps, it is really just paying, is it ultimately, Allison, paying workers more money in terms of either hourly rates or incomes that will ultimately lift all boats?
Yeah, as I said, like in the first Trump term, which is also a very good time for the stock market and a very good time for wealth generation, certainly if you owned financial assets, was actually relatively the best time for lower income Americans, in that they had bigger real wage gains than they had in years. And as I said, as I found doing this data, the housing market for low-income people had their biggest gain. So if people already had housing, they saw a big increase in wealth. So I think it does show you can have sort of a period where everyone does gain. You don't have to sort of try to engineer it, you know, pitting different income groups against each other.
Hey, Allison, we have about a minute left, and you know, you worked on this piece with about a dozen other colleagues, including folks like Mark Gongloff, Justin Fox. Take your pick from sort of the metrics that our Bloomberg opinion team combed through and said we should keep an eye on. Which one should we be focused on apart from inequality, which you focused on?
Inflation. I mean, I think John Levin's very optimistic about it, but obviously, you know, that's going to determine a lot. I think we learned from the Biden administration just consumers really, really care about inflation. It has a huge impact for the bond market. So unclear, even if the Trump tariffs go away, if we're entering a new inflation regime. So I think that's what I'm most interested in. Although I found all of them interesting, so I don't want to,
You have no favorite children when it comes to the metrics from Bloomberg Opinion.
I
think
love
that's fair to say.
data, so I love this project each year just because I can stare at data pictures for hours.
Yeah, I think Justin Fox is calling right now. No, I'm just kidding. It's a great collection of stories and some deep thinks about some of the big issues and certainly some of the big issues that the administration is dealing with. Allison, thank you.
Check out this story on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com, OPIN Go on the terminal. Coming up next, managing up, how to get what you need from the people in charge.
We're going to be
next.
taking notes.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Tons of earnings after the close of trading. Marvell Technology shares are plunging emerging after its report, down 16% right now, sees first quarter adjusted EPS in the range of 56 to 66 cents. Now, the estimate had been for 60 cents. Right now, down almost 17% on Marvell Technology. The database software company MongoDB sees first quarter adjusted EPS in the range of 63 cents to 67 cents. Estimates there 65 cents. After hours, MongoDB down by 15.7%. Turned out to be an update today for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 64, ending the session at 58.42, up 1.1%. The Dow closing above 43,006, up today by 1.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 1.5%. 10-year 4.28%. The 2-year 4.00%. Spot gold little changed, up $1 today, $29.19 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, big story there, dropping 2.7%. WTI 66.43 a barrel, and Bitcoin surging 3%. Bitcoin right now back above $90,000 at $90,077. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. Carol Master.
Yes, I'm
You
here.
can't always get what you want. Have you heard that?
Mick Jagger says that. The Rolling Stones say it. Yep.
They do. It may be true, but if you play your cards right, you can get what you need from the people you work with. At least that's what human behavior professor and career coach Melody Wilding says in her new book. She's professor of human behavior at Hunter College. The new book, it's out this week. It's called Managing Up: How to Get What You Need from the People in Charge. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome.
Can I just say,
Yeah.
I was telling
You're a big
somebody
fan of the
that
Rolling Stones.
No, I am a fan. I mean, Mick Jagger at the Oscars. I mean, how cool was that? Having said that, I remember someone once saying to me, "You're so good, you're right, but you don't manage up enough." And it was like,
Who was that and when? And
I'm
where?
not going to tell you the details, but what was kind of crazy later, off air. But I mean, you know, in most of my life, I just did my job, did it well, worked really hard, and things just happened. But I understand the importance of managing up. Tell us, first of all, tell us exactly what that means.
Yes, and I think it's worth rebranding managing up, because a lot of people hear it and they think suck up. They think the person who's ingratiating themselves to their boss.
Sometimes we think it's suck up.
Exactly.
Right, when we see someone.
Exactly. But managing up done well is building a relationship with the people that have more positional power than you. Primarily, that's going to be your manager, but today, a lot more people besides your direct boss control your success and your future at work. And so, just as you were saying, it is more important than ever because work is more complex than ever. And now that more people are working remotely and hybrid, you don't have as much organic access to the people you work with. You do have to make more of an effort to make your accomplishments visible, to build a relationship. All of that has to be so much more intentional.
Well, as I mentioned, you're a professor of human behavior at Hunter College. You're also a career coach, and a lot of your book is based on real-life interactions, real-life conversations, counseling that you've done with some of your clients. What are the themes that emerged when it came to the modern workplace? Because it kind of sounds simple, but it's not simple. It's pretty complex stuff.
That's right. That's right. I think one of the key themes is realizing that you work with people that are different than you. And I know that sounds very obvious, but so many of us, we're in our own bubbles and we take things personally when in actuality, what we think are difficult behaviors are actually just a result of different styles.
What do we say?
Don't take it personally. But can I? Okay, I'm so.
Is it showbiz, Carol?
Yeah. But yeah, it's so funny because we think about segments. Let's be real, right?
Yeah, be real.
We think about it, and there is a performance aspect, an entertainment aspect, an informative aspect. But you want it to be an interesting and engaging conversation. Could be a killer story, but if you don't have the right voice, it's just not going to go well. And so, right, it's not show friends, it's show business, as some smart individual once said to me.
Yes.
This idea is you don't just have on people, you know, that maybe you like or whatever. Like, you want to have an engaging conversation because that's part of the business we are in.
Well, that's where some of the psychology comes in, right? You have
Did
to
I just like open up too much?
Perfect.
Talk about pulling back during the reveal.
You have to understand people's pressures, desires, and you have to frame your message around that, not because you're trying to be someone you're not, but so they connect with it and they hear you and they're interested. And so that's part of how do we make it appealing to what people really want. And especially in the workplace, that's all the more important.
The other thing though I wanted to pick up on is when you said that the idea of don't take it personally. And this is another thing you and I talk about. It's like, well, wait a minute. I'm a person and I've got feelings. So when someone says like, well, don't take it personally, it's like, how are we supposed to think about that?
Yes, and what I mean by that.
Conversation with,
Yes, and I'm sure you both, just before we were recording, you were saying how fast everything is changing. And so I'm sure you're on the receiving end of emails that are just one word, okay, got it. And for some people, they may take that personally and say, does this person hate me? Am I getting fired today? Why did they use a period instead of an exclamation point? And what I'm saying is that some people, that may be their default communication style, where you may lead with a lot of context and pleasantries and how are you doing? And you want to know about their personal life. And other people are straight to the point. They want the bullets. They want the bottom line. And when you know that, you understand where their behavior is coming from. You're much less likely to go to that worst place.
Is it possible to understand each other if you're not in the office physically together?
I think it is. I think it is. In the first chapter of the book, I talk about what's called the alignment conversation. The book is actually based around these 10 conversations for managing up to give people a methodology to follow. And in there, I talk about being observant. Yes, you can ask questions about someone's preferences, but you also have to have your eyes open. How is someone communicating even digitally? Are they communicating and sending you things via Slack or text, for example? Who's speaking up first in meetings? Who's turning their camera on or not, unmuting themselves? All of those are cues about the power dynamics and what's going on.
So what would you say? Like, I put down a
Who's
list.
forgetting to mute themselves? Me?
I always am, and they're like, I'm on the subway platform. Could you, like, how to ask for a raise, how to say no to your boss, how to ask for a promotion or an opportunity. Are there rules around that? And obviously, every relationship, even in the workplace, is going to be specific and different. But I wonder if there are some thoughts on that.
Definitely thoughts on that. I would say rules. Not exactly, because every workplace is different.
Is this part of managing up, though?
Part of managing up, exactly, is having organizational awareness to understand the environment that you're operating in, the workplace culture, but also who you're dealing with. Let's talk about saying no, for example, because today you can't just outright say no. There is an expectation that you will be a team player, and everyone's being expected to take on more. So you can't just say, I'm not doing that. And in the book, I talk about a few approaches. One of my favorites I call the trade-off approach. And that's where you say, okay, I hear X is important. In order to do Y, which you've also shared you want me to work on, that means we're going to have to temporarily slow down on something else. Are you comfortable with that? Or what would you like us to deprioritize? And so with that, you're framing the conversation, you're framing the decision, but at the end of the day, you're putting the authority back in the other person's hand
to make the choice of what do you
to
want
make
me
the
to
final
do.
call.
You know, there's a section in the book called Expose Yourself. And I know it's a little tongue-in-cheek, but what essentially you talk about is get around people that you're not typically around. And there's something that sticks out here, which I love. Take the elevator instead of the stairs, or grab a coffee from a different spot if it means you're more likely to bump into someone new or influential. You're here with us. You probably noticed the elevators only go to the 6th floor.
I did.
That's by design.
Yeah.
It's to make sure that you are around everybody in the organization.
It does work.
It totally
It's
works.
great.
I see people
It's
from
one of my
all
favorite
over.
things. Yeah.
But it also raises the question that I have: if you want to open yourself up to people at work, this idea of quote unquote bringing your whole self to work, right? Like I saw a little bit of an eye roll from you just now when I said that. Do you really want to do that in this day and age? Work is work. It's not. You're not hanging out with your friends.
I understand. I think there's a difference between bringing your whole self and being true to who your professional self is. Your whole self is who you are at home and all of your weaknesses and quirks. And there still needs to be an air of professionalism that comes along with it. So I don't really believe in this idea of authenticity at work, because we all have to maintain this air of professionalism. So, but yeah, exposing yourself is really about how do you put yourself in the path of new people that you could meet, because even though we're talking about managing up, Yes, it's about your boss. Do not make your boss your single point of failure.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So when you say managing up, it's really managing ups. Like there's multiple
Yes,
people.
that's right.
There's multiple people that you should be having conversations with.
That's right. Oh, absolutely. Whether that's your skip level manager, your boss's boss, for example, your boss's peers, other powerful colleagues.
That can be tricky in some situations.
It can.
Because then it looks like you're sort of going over the head of your immediate manager.
Yes. Well, that's not the first thing you want to jump to. And that's why the book is based around these conversations, because they build on trust and rapport. But when it does come to scheduling a skip level, which is what we're talking about, you want to bring your boss in the mix. This is something you could bring to your one-on-one and say, I would love to gain a better understanding of the organization, the priorities that we're working on. I think a great way to do that would be meeting with your manager. Would you be comfortable with me doing that? And if you think that might be too much of a risk, you can also say, how about, would you be open to your boss coming to our next team meeting or all hands, for example, so it doesn't feel like you're doing a end run around them.
You do have a chapter about the money conversation. So what's your advice? We just got about a minute left here.
Show me the money. Expose the money to me.
Well, I'm only bringing it up because most people, like, when they go in for a conversation, it's either new opportunities and or, money, or a combination of both.
Okay, so what's the secret?
2 quick things. Don't just focus on what you've done in the past. Focus on the value you can provide going forward, because your boss is going to have to make a compelling case up their chain of command why they should pay you more. And then second is, when you are asking for more money, frame it in terms of fairness. Use language like, I want to make sure my compensation matches the level that I'm performing at, so it doesn't feel like, well, I just deserve this, or I feel like I deserve this. It sounds more like it's coming from a place of equity and just writing the scales.
Do most bosses like talking with their employees?
It's the TBD. But what I have found is that, I think there's a lot of boss bashing out there, and I think most bosses are trying their best. They are imperfect people in imperfect situations, and they really want to do their best. I've had a lot of bosses give this book to their team, so I hope we're seeing a change for the better.
And I have to say, we're in a pretty cool environment that everything's just open. There are no offices, so you run into people, or you're sitting next to bosses and stuff. So it's kind of out there. It's also a newsroom environment, but the whole company. But not every place is like that. And I know when there are doors and stuff and different floors, it can make it a little bit tougher. This was fun. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Melody Wilding, her new book is Managing Up: How to Get What You Need from the People in Charge. And she's professor of human behavior at Hunter College. Take some notes there?
Oh, yeah. You saw me typing. What do you think I'm doing?
Do not go anywhere, folks. More to come right here on Business Week.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. An update on Wall Street. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. A late session run-up in U.S. stocks capped another volatile day for global markets. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all moving higher today. We had the S&P 500 index up 64 points, gaining 1.1%. The Dow up 485, up 1.1%. NASDAQ up 1.5%. The 10-year 4.28%. The 2-year 4.00%. Spot gold was up $1 today, little change, $29.18 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude lower today. WTI down 2.8%, $66.32 a barrel. Bitcoin right now at 90,139. Bitcoin now up by 3%. Today, a lot of tariff talk that helps send stocks higher. Aaron Kennan is the CEO at Clear Harbor Asset Management. Right here on Bloomberg Business Week, he told us tariffs are not the only concern for markets.
But there are also other uncertainties, of course, Ukraine and how that's going to settle out. Inflation or deflation. Is China growth back? It was on its heels for a while. They just announced a big stimulus. How about U.S. growth? We've seen interest rates, trend lower over the last several weeks, about 50 basis points since mid-January. I think there's a concern about U.S. growth.
Aaron Kennan of Clear Harbor Asset Management interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Earnings news, Marvell Technology plunging in late trading after delivering a revenue forecast that fell short of the highest estimates. After hours, we got Marvell down by roughly 17%. And the database software company MongoDB also lower after hours, down now by 17.4% on MongoDB. It did announce a stock repurchase program of up to $200 million. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, in just a few years, Mackenzie Scott has given away close to $20 billion to thousands of nonprofits. What has shocked the philanthropic community, though, is not just how much she's given away, but how she's done it. Essentially raining money on organizations with a, quote, no strings attached attitude. Unrestricted giving is what it's called in that world. But how effective has it been? Alicia Smith-Arrigaga is the Vice President of Research at the Center for Effective Philanthropy. It's an organization that uses data to help donors make sure their giving is as effective as possible. Alicia, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. Do appreciate it. This idea of adding value by giving up control, it's what Yield Giving, Mackenzie Scott's organization, is all about. What did you find in your research about whether or not it's working?
Well, thanks so much for having me today. And we at the Center for Effective Philanthropy have been studying Scott's Giving over the last 3 years and surveying organizations that receive funds through Scott's quiet process, which means that, organizations would often get a call, inquiring about their finances and leadership, and then they get a follow-up call sometime later letting them know that they received a really large gift. And what we learned in our research is that these gifts had tremendous impacts, not only on the organizations, but on the communities the organizations serve, on the leaders the organizations serve. And we also learned that there, was mixed response in the funder community to this kind of giving as well.
Is it a better way of giving based on what you guys are finding out?
I mean, from what we learned, we definitely found that there are huge positive impacts from this type of giving. One of the things, there are a couple of ways in which this kind of giving is different from what typically happens. It's not just the size of the gifts. Many folks are like, wow, $19 billion. I don't have $19 billion, but it wasn't necessarily the amount, but often Scott's gifts were 70% of the operating budget on average of an organization, which is really large. They were unrestricted in terms of the amount of time in which they had to be spent, which is very unusual. And then they have few reporting requirements. And so Those kinds of characteristics are characteristics that we see much more rarely in grant making. And so we saw some really powerful impacts from those pieces in this data.
Are there copycats emerging in the best sense of the word because they have seen the way it's working? Are other individuals and organizations starting to do this?
There are. So, for example, just a few months ago, Jeff Atwood came out saying that he was really inspired by Mackenzie Scott's giving. He also is part of a group of folks who have billions to give away, and talked a lot in the Chronicle of Philanthropy and other places about how he was so inspired by her giving that he was going to give in the same way. We also know that
this is the co-founder of it's I think a computer programming platform, right?
Yeah.
Stack Overflow.
Yes,
So yeah,
Stack
forgive me.
Overflow.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, he was an individual donor who we saw using a lot of the same strategies. And then there's some foundations as well who have shifted portions of their giving to giving in this way. Would love to see more of it since the data shows that it works. But we are seeing some trickles of folks who are doing this similar kind of giving to Mackenzie Scott.
I have to say, before I came to Bloomberg and when I was an undergrad, I did some donor and development work for a major business school. And it's interesting that I think when a lot of people like to donate, sometimes it's a major capital project, an addition to a school or so on and so forth. But a lot of times I feel like it's safe to say that I think donors like to be very involved in where the money's going, and there is a lot of strings attached. I'm not saying good or bad, it's just sometimes the way it goes. The majority of donations, right, philanthropy is often with guidelines with strings attached, yes?
Yes, that is correct.
It's transparency, and you make sure the money is actually spent towards something and it isn't somehow potentially wasted away and not necessarily going towards the goal. So is that part of also having those strings attached, that you really do know where the money goes?
Well, I think the really powerful thing here is that even though there weren't necessarily strings attached on the back end, like Scott was pretty clear, and for the most part, for most of these folks, these were one-time gifts.
Yeah.
What they did do was pretty intensive vetting of organizations, right? So they're looking at finances, they're looking at leadership, they're looking at strategic plans, and they're choosing organizations on the front end. So the donor's done a lot of work on the front end in terms of, deciding where the funds go. And so then if you really trust where you've made that investment, there's less of a need to then at the back end, try and determine, well, did, X percent of what I was funding go to Y or Z? But, really doing that upfront work, I think is what's really powerful and unique about the way that Scott gave.
Yeah.
And what we see in the data is that organizations were really great stewards of the funds and did all sorts of innovative things as well.
You shared with our producer, Paul Brennan, that the backlash in terms of how Mackenzie Scott donated money, that there was a backlash from foundation leaders about her approach. What specifically did they do? Was it just verbal, or what was it? What was that backlash?
Well, there wasn't necessarily backlash, but what we found in our data is that there's mixed. We asked funders, and we surveyed a national sample of funders who do over $5 million in grant making. If and ask them if they look at Mackenzie Scott's giving, how has it influenced their own giving? And what we see is that, while funders reported, a large majority of them, that they see the way that she gives is impactful to the organization she gives to. When they're then asked if they would do that same kind of giving in their organization, we see much more mixed reactions. And we know, what we saw in interviews from this is that it's due to all sorts of reasons, right? Whether that's some sorts of constraints from the board or constraints of the organization. There are other folks who just don't choose to give that way. And so the number of foundations who've adopted this approach is much more varied overall.
Alicia, we're going to have to leave it there. Alicia Smith Arriaga is the Vice President of Research at the Center for Effective Philanthropy. Check out the work that the organization has done. They use data to help donors make sure their giving is as effective as possible. She joins us from Austin, Texas.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
He knows what
I
he's
know.
doing.
I have a plan.
He's just kidding around.
I just didn't have time to say what we're doing, to be
I know.
honest.
It's just been...
The clock runs out.
We've been fighting the clock. Beat the clock constantly.
It's impossible. There is no fighting the clock. It's like Father Time.
You know what? You can't expand time.
You can't.
Use it well, everybody.
Well, one thing that Republicans and Elon Musk are doing on Capitol Hill is using their time to make some big
Saw
cuts.
what you did there. Nice.
You like that?
Yeah.
One of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal in the last hour is a story by the duo down in Washington, D.C., Eric
Dynamic
Lawson
duo.
and Stephen Dennis. Republican senators telling Elon Musk today that the billionaire needs congressional approval for controversial spending cuts or they risk being overturned in court.
We did hear that Elon Musk was up on Capitol Hill. He huddled privately with Republican senators today to talk about a way for the party to greenlight the billionaire's controversial cost-cutting crusade against the federal government. The meeting coming, as you know, the U.S. Congress has been grappling with the implications of DOGE, Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, who the president called out, highlighted in his address to Congress last night. DOGE's sweeping lightning-fast cuts that it's been making to the federal workforce have sparked blowback in lawmakers, districts, and states. My understanding is that Republican members of Congress have been told not to actually, some have been reporting, not to hold meetings in their districts because they have got it heated and kind of to pull back.
But isn't the whole idea they're supposed to be representing what their constituents want?
Last time I checked, it's we, the people, that actually pay for everybody who's in Congress.
And a big part of that is getting an understanding of the temperature in your home district. So a lot of members of Congress do like to do these meetings, these town halls, where they answer questions from their constituents. But still, Senate Republicans said they warned Musk that simply slashing government funding without congressional approval was, quote, ephemeral and risk being struck down by the Supreme Court, which earlier in the day dealt a blow to President Trump's unilateral foreign aid freeze.
Right, we talked about that earlier, Supreme Court handing down that decision, so that we're talking about really the U.S. aid and I think, right, all that foreign funding.
Yeah.
That was the original area that DOGE looked into in terms of efficiency and looking at all of the spending that the U.S. government does through U.S. aid around the world, a lot of humanitarian causes and efforts. We shall say...
I just think it's important to remember that Musk's background is in Silicon Valley. It's at high-flying tech companies where he has been able, because of his control, to make unilateral decisions affecting the workforce. He did this at Twitter when he bought it. He's done this when he's reorganized previous companies that he's been in charge of. He's done it at companies that he's in charge of now. It doesn't work like that in the federal government, as he's quickly learning.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I've been thinking about this a lot, Tim, that government, the U.S. government is big, right? Large employer. And I keep thinking, you know, I've heard from people, part of the reason the structure of the government and the size and how we do things and that sometimes it moves slowly is kind of a good thing so that you don't necessarily shut down a program too quickly that might have some really serious implications, right? So I think there's this balance of, okay, let's look at where there is true waste or ways of maybe making it more efficient. I think most would agree that a lot of the technology that's in the government is old, and so I think that was supposed to be one of the initial focal points in terms of Elon Musk and his DOGE team. But I mean, what is the balance between creating efficiency, making it a more productive government, and whatever that means, but making sure that you're not moving too fast, that you break things that actually impact the lives of Americans in a bad way.
Have you, just out of curiosity, have you ever faced any frustration logging into certain government websites?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was, even government contractor websites have been a challenge.
Yeah, no.
I'm facing a little challenge with EasyPass right now.
Oh, good luck with that one.
Trying to get my license plate associated with my EasyPass account.
I don't know, like it just goes somewhere.
Yeah, it's not going into my account. That's the problem.
We almost had a point where I think there was an EasyPass of New York and an EasyPass of New Jersey, and it was like, how do they
talk to each other?
I don't know. So yeah, do I think that there's a lot of, do smarter people than we think that there are things you can do in terms of technology? Yeah, probably.
Smarter people than we's?
We's.
Us?
Than us?
Us? I don't know. It's a great question.
English
They
is-
exist out there.
Yeah.
Hey, so that's what's happening
So
on
we'll see what
Capitol
happens,
Hill.
right?
Yeah, we'll see
Yeah.
what happens.
Yeah.
In addition, in the most read in the last few minutes, we're seeing some earnings news. Marvell plunging after forecast trails its loftiest estimates. We heard Charlie Pellet mention this. Marvell Technology declined in late trading after delivering a revenue forecast that fell short of the highest estimates. It's disappointing investors who were looking for a bigger payoff from the AI boom.
Most read story in the past 60 minutes, folks, has to do with President Trump exempting automakers from the newly imposed tariffs on Mexico and Canada for 1 month. The White House came out earlier, Carolyn Levitt, White House press spokesman, saying that earlier as a temporary reprieve following pleas from industry leaders. And we heard from our own Nathan Dean that the auto execs were up there in Washington, talking about the implications for them. We know Ford CEO Jim Farley has been very vocal about what this would mean for his business.
Did you see these U.S. automaker stocks today? They just in the green. Ford higher by close to 6%.
Funny
General
stat
Motors
of that.
higher by 7%. Stellantis by 9%.
Funny.
Can we still call Stellantis one of the big 3 U.S. automakers?
I think so. It's a really hard thing for me to get my head around.
Well,
right?
it's based in Europe, so that's why I
But
asked.
it's Chrysler, right? It's the Chrysler.
Yeah, it's still Chrysler,
it's-
Jeep, and a lot of the
all those brands.
Dodge, Ram and stuff like that. But still, it's outside of the U.S. now.
All right, and we should remind everybody that we did have stocks pretty much close at their highs of this session, so some bouncing around, some pressure earlier in this session, but no. We are marching forward, getting ready for the Thursday trade, then that Friday jobs report. But again, a busy day, and we'll continue to watch what comes out of D.C. in terms of, we didn't have any executive orders today, did we?
We didn't.
Not yet.
Don't jinx it.
Have a good and safe evening, everybody. Balance of Power is next.